This is now going to be isolated pawn chapter, and in this recording, isolated pawn chapter, I have selected the games that I thought are useful for understanding those positions and are showing the most common plans for playing with isolated pawn and playing against isolated pawn. In my selection, majority of the games are beneficial for the sides playing with isolated pawn, but there are also two games that I think that are good examples. How do you play against isolated pawn? So I will start with examples how to play against isolated pawn first, and then I would move to the games how to play with isolated pawn. My first games in this recording on isolated pawn will be a game between Vladimir Kramnik and Miguel Illescas Cordoba, played in Super Tournament in Linares in 1994, and it is going to be a Tarrasch defense. So d4 e6, c4 d5, knight f3 c5, cd5 ed5, knight c3, knight c6, g3, knight f6, bishop g2, bishop e7, castles, castles. This is the main position of a Tarrasch defense. Can come through different move orders, and here white is having two main moves. White has tried here many moves, but two moves are considered the main moves. One is bishop g5, or alternative dc5, bishop c5, bishop g5. Okay, so since we are not here going to focus on a theory but on a middle game, I will start with bishop g5, though I will also give some sort of theoretical information. Bishop g5, cd4. This has been established to be the main move, though c4 is very decent move. White has some advantage according to theory, or at least what I think the theory says, but it's not much, and the main move for white is move knight e5. Okay, so bishop g5, cd4, knight e4, h6. Black wants to take advantage of the fact that this knight is hanging, so white cannot take, obviously, because you take back and there is no time to grab this pawn. So h6, bishop e3, main move. Sideline, and not a stupid one. I played it a number of times, and some other people did. Bishop f4 is a decent sideline. Okay, bishop e3. Rook e8. Here, black has two main moves. One is rook e8, useful move, putting rook on a file. The other move is bishop g4. Move actually played a lot by former world champion Boris Spassky, also in a match versus Tigran Petrosyan. Some of those games are in the book, so people following the PGN, they would see a game Petrosyan-Spassky, won by black. I like move bishop g4 more, but move rook e8 is a more common choice. Kasparov mostly did play move rook e8 as a part of his career when Tarrasch defense was his main opening as a black versus d4. Rook c1. Again, one of the main moves for white. White has tried here almost any kind of move, but rook c1 is considered to be perhaps the main move. And here black has two moves which have been played. One is bishop f8, another one is bishop g4. Bishop g4 can be played. Let's say h3, bishop e6. Usually black does not mind to waste the time, seemingly waste the time to allow h3, because later this pawn might hang. One of the reasons why I'm not so crazy immediately about move like rook e8 is that sometimes if you get such a kind of transactions, you might be wondering that maybe this rook is better placed on f8. because this file is now basically closed, and usually white is here trying to play some ideas like f4 with the idea to move the bishop and then to open up position for his two bishops. And those kind of ideas was a main weapon of Vasily Smyslov playing Garry Kasparov in their candidates match, when Kasparov was en route to become a world champion. And actually Smyslov got a number of promising positions. One of those was very promising. So this is definitely strategic plan for white in this position, to basically take a bishop and then to play f4 and then to try to open up position with e4, which should benefit his bishop pair. Another type of play is, let's say, to move like to try to focus on this pawn weakness. Let's say king h2, queen d7, queen b3. For example, knight c6, bc6, knight a4 will be some very similar strategy which we are going to see in this game. Strategy is like now black is having an isolated pawn, but this pawn is a little bit difficult to attack. So what white does, he takes on c6, bc6, knight a4, so that he says this pawn is sort of safe on d5, but pawn on c6 might become a target. Square on c5 is useful square. Trading a bishops is usually a good news. So for example, bishop f5, bishop d5, bishop c5. Here your computer engine will tell you that it is not necessary to keep the bishops in order to get a good play. Your engine will tell you that black here has various moves. But this position came in a game between Tsöger and Kasparov in Zurich 1987, and Kasparov played, I think, the strongest move, bishop d8. Even though your engine would tell you that this trade is not necessary, I think it is very good, because white would in general like some situation like this, to have this dominant knight. And then keeping a bishop gives black, first of all, some attacking options. And also it's not so easy to take advantage of this blockade, as we are going to see in this game. Bishop d4 was played, knight e4. It was very complicated game, won by Kasparov. It was actually a clock simul. This was during a time, it was sometime in the late 80s. Kasparov actually played a couple of national teams, giving them clock simul, and as far as I know, he won all of those matches. Some of those matches even with some massive score, and this was one of those matches. It was a clock simul match, Kasparov versus the national team of Switzerland. So this is one of the, let's say, ideas which we would see in this game. But in our game, black bishop in this situation would already be on f8, so black will have to trade it. Let's say queen b3, focusing on this pawn, rook a c8, rook fd1, and white has here advantage. And black here made interesting tactical blunder. Black played here move knight e5, which is a tactical blunder. But strange enough, missed by white in this game. This is game between Van Wely and Magomedov, so Grandmaster game from Yerevan Olympiad 96. So missed in this game, and also a couple of other games. White played here move queen b5, was a little bit better. Game ended with a draw. White has here tactical motive. Tactical motive has to do a little bit with this diagonal, obviously. And white can use it by taking, try to remember it, because it's kind of typical motive in this position. Taking knight e6, fe6, knight takes d5. And now white is winning, because after cd5, rook d5, black does not have a good move. Black has to take white rook, because what can you do? I mean, Queen is hanging, there is discovered check. Such a moves do not help because white simply is 2 pawns up. So rook d5, knight d5, bishop d5 check, king h8 and bishop e6. White wins his rook back and is having winning advantage. So this is actually instructive tactical blunder that white did not take advantage of by not spotting knight e6, take on e6 and this tactical shot with knight e5. But let us get back to our game, bishop f8 back. And here we have a games between a game of Kramnik and a game of Kasparov, which both of them they did choose a similar kind of play. I personally like a little bit more the game which was played by Kasparov, because once I also follow this, what I mentioned also in a book, and people will read this in a PGN, obviously, is that some years ago I played Taras Expert, Grandmaster Tigran Petrosyan, not a world champion, but Grandmaster Tigran Petrosyan from Armenia. And I had very limited time to prepare because it was team competition. I got to know my opponent very late. And I thought, okay, I'm playing expert, let me try to pick up some sensible line. And I checked actually what are Kasparov and Kramnik playing versus Taras. And this is always handy if you have a limited time and you want to kind of get a quick preparation. Check what world best players are playing versus some system. And if it doesn't look too complicated and it looks to you appealing to your style, then you should basically do it. So both Kasparov and Kramnik had a strategy, only Kasparov a little bit different than Kramnik, to try to do the trade. So Kramnik here play move knight a4 with idea on bishop d7 to jump to c5, and later on he will take on c6. Kasparov took on c6 immediately. Both of them had the same strategy to change a pawn structure. So to change this isolated pawn structure into hanging pawns in center, let's say, structure, but those are not exactly hanging pawns in center, because as we would see it in a hanging pawns in the center chapter, where we were going to come to it, for example, if black here was in a position to play move bishop e6 and to push c5, then black would have a hanging pawns, and black will do reasonably well. Here black's problem is that after knight a4, this pawn remains a weakness, remains a target, This pawn is never going to come to c5. Bishop can come to c5, we can get a trade. Knight will be dominant. And this is strategy which both Kasparov and Kramnik are going to utilize in a game versus this isolated pawn. Only a little bit different. So knight a4 was played by Kramnik, our main game, but let us now have a look at alternative, which is knight c6, bc6, knight a4, played by Kasparov, and something which I also followed in my own game because I liked this more than what Kramnik did. Knight a4. First of all, it is good to establish that question, does black need to defend this pawn on c6 because white wants to take it? So, for example, can black decide to defend it tactically with idea after rook c6 to play move bishop d7? The question is, no, black cannot consider. Black cannot do it because black will end being material down after bishop d2. Rook f6 is a positional sacrifice which can be considered. Bishop a4, b3, gf6, ba4. White has compensation because of these weak pawns, but probably enough compensation for for a balance, not more. So, but bishop d2 is throwing black off tactical balance, and white is now simply having clear advantage, because queen b5 is a logical move to try to keep hitting this knight, because if bishop b4 instead, first of all, if queen moves back, okay, I can also move back because my knight is not hanging and I don't care. If bishop b4, there is a rook c5 tactical trick, and now after queen a4, bishop a4, bishop b4, rook e2, yes, black gets his pawn back, but after, let's say, rook a5, bishop d7, bishop c3, white is having massive advantage because black has those weak pawns, or to hit a knight and to take a pawn with tempo. White can also kick this rook out from a second rank, because you can then not keep it, because I'm going to follow you and kick you out, or trade the rooks. So simply white has very clear advantage here. And with bishop d2, queen b5, now rook f6 is kind of working, because gf6 is now not the same, because white collects a pawn, and compared to our previous line, collects a pawn and gets a dominant knight. In our previous line, he was not even having a knight, so this is a dominant knight, hitting a pawn and allowing different kind of tactical possibilities. Bishop c3, maybe not immediately, but a move later. Simply also knight c7 is a threat to get an exchange back and to be a pawn up. So white is here simply clearly better. On the other hand, if queen a4, bishop a4, this rook looks clumsy, but actually after rook f5, white is a clear pawn up, because if you take, okay, there is a simple chess. Well, if you defend the pawn, I can still take it with a bishop, or I can play move e3, you cannot catch my rook. So after move knight a4, the best move is bishop d7 to defend the pawn. And here white can do what I like in Kasparov game, and that's why I follow this myself, this strategic trade. Bishop c5. Now compared to this Kasparov game which I was showing, where Kasparov played move bishop d8, this bishop cannot be saved. Trade is going to happen. Bishop c5, knight c5, and here we see the reason why Kasparov versus Ilyeska, so actually same player, did opt for this, and why I like to follow this strategy, because active play of black is not really here. These pawns are not going to move. Knight is strong on c5. Any kind of ending, white will keep a pressure. Black needs to try to find active play, but active play is not so easy here. We are going to see that my opponent, actually Tigran Petrosyan, he played it better than Ilyeska versus Kasparov, and he should have held equality, but with very precise play. Most of the piece changes here favor white. If we trade everything and we get into rook ending, black will have a problem in rook ending because of c6 and a7 weakness. This position, first, bishop g4 here is logical move, hitting a pawn, rook e1. This position, as far as I know, first time arrived in a game between Ljubojevic and Grigoric, two best Yugoslav players at the time, in 1978. And I would like to first show this game, how did it develop, because white achieved all strategic objectives he could have hoped for. That game went with queen b6, which is not precise move, queen a5, which was played by Ilyeskas, and also by Petrosyan in game versus me, is the best move. But let's see, queen b6, queen c2, rook a d8, h3, bishop c8, b3. White wants to first of all ensure that he has sound pawn structure, that black has no counterplay, that everything is well defended and under control. Queen b8, e3, useful move. Rook e7, you see already that black is having a problem getting a counterplay. White is playing rook e d1. White is building up on a central squares. We see here clear benefit of dark square bishops being traded with bishop c5, because white is undisturbed to build on a dark squares, and this would continue. Rook d8, rook d4, knight h7, queen d2. Look, everything is on a dark squares for white. Knight g5, h4, knight e6, knight e6, rook e6. We have a pawn weakness, one side. Another side is having fantastic blockade. Queen b4. White does not mind a queen trade. Let's say such a thing. Putting rook. Weakness, weakness. Right? Black plays move queen b6. Should white take? Not now. Why? White played here move queen c5. And rook b4 followed. Queens were traded. Rook took. There was a strong blockade. Two pawn weaknesses. And white won the game. So, rook e1, queen a5. Better move. And much more active one. Okay, white does need to be basically thinking about this pawn, because it is attacked. h3. Here my opponent Tigran Petrosyan played the best move, which is bishop h5. Bishop h5 is here the best move. Ilyaskas versus Kasparov played here move bishop f5. Let's first see this game between Kasparov and Ilyaskas. Bishop f5. Kasparov played move queen d4. As you see, he is also putting everything on a dark squares. Okay, pawn obviously cannot be taken because there is no good move now. This will simply lose. As simple as this. And so, rook a b8, a3. Queen b5. Now we have very good technique by Kasparov. b4 looks like following the strategy we put everything on a dark squares, right? But b4 is having one drawback. What's the drawback? The drawback is that after a5, black suddenly has active counterplay. Because you don't want to take, I will take and I have counterplay, hitting a pawn. You don't want move like rook a1, you don't want to push a4 to allow rook b4. Suddenly there is a lot of counterplay. If I want to be clever to play move like queen f4, bishop g6, knight to b3, this looks very good. But actually black is doing okay. A b4, strong move, knight d4, queen b7. Okay, now knight c6 is a mistake because pawn is strong. It will cost white at least an exchange, so collecting exchange does not help. And if a b4, simply queen b4, knight c6, queen f4, g4, rook b2, this is very drawish. Draw is most likely outcome. So, what to play? Kasparov here played move which is cautious and strong, b3. First of all, it is important to establish, is this pawn hanging or not? Can black take it? Answer is no. Rook takes e2 is blundering a piece. because after rook e2, queen e2, white is having double attack. Queen f4, double attack. So pawn cannot be taken. Pawn is taboo. Ilyaska has played move knight e4. Active move. He wants to take a knight and then to hit pawn on b3. And here Kasparov played very good move. He played b4 now. Why? Because a5, which was played, no longer brings the same result because comes knight e4, bishop e4, rook c5. And suddenly white is winning a pawn. Very different situation. Queen b6 and ba5. Okay, white was a pawn up. Double pawn but an extra pawn. c6 weakness is still there and white easily won. Kasparov. This was game Kasparov-Ilyaskas. Now let's see from the same tournament, by the way, Kasparov-Ilyaskas, Linares 94. Let's see my game, h3, bishop h5, which is more active. After all, okay, this pawn is still pinned and hit. I played here move knight d3. I like to have possibility to hit this bishop in order to hit it, because okay, you cannot go away, in order to solve this problem. Bishop g6 was played. Queen a2 was maybe the best move. I guess my opponent did not want to play it because position after rook c6 takes did not really look so great to him, because d5 is a pawn weakness. I have a maybe threat to play move knight f4, threatening rook f6 and knight takes bishop, but actually black is here can hold equality, bishop g6. If knight f4, bishop e4. If knight b4, hitting a queen, queen b2, knight d5, knight d5, bishop d5. Threat is to take a bishop, so we don't want to blunder it. e4, let's say rook a c8. This pawn is still not dangerous, not yet, but it is a source of counterplay. This a pawn is certainly a source of counterplay. Okay, bishop is very strong, but this bishop still, we are trading many pieces, so it is on its own. Probably white is having very small advantage, but objective result should be a draw of this game. And this is what black had to play. Black played bishop g6, which is also a logical move. He wants to activate his bishop immediately. But now it is white is having some advantage. I played move knight f4. Knight f4, not so simple. He played queen a2. Queen a2. No, sorry, he didn't play. My opponent played move bishop e4. Knight f4, let's say queen a2, white is better. Knight g6, fg6, rook c6. Let's say queen b2, bishop d5, knight d5, queen d5. Important move queen h8, because queen h7 runs into queen d3 and queen g6 check. But king h8, rook takes g6. You cannot take on e2 because rook is hanging. But now important source of counterplay, a5. And this pawn is strong. And bear in mind that if we get 3 versus 2, that is a total draw. And draw is most likely outcome of this game. Black should be able to draw. Another case on knight f4, if black goes for passive defense, queen to b6 is not very good, because after knight g6, fg6, b3, let's say rook e6, e3, I'm going to start improving positions similar like in that game between Grigoric between Ljubojevic and Gligoric, let's say rook f8, rook e2. I will keep on improving it. Those are weaknesses. I have a bishop, which is good bishop, can sometimes come to this diagonal. So white is better here. On knight f4, queen a2 was serious move candidate, but it is not so simple after knight g6, fg6, rook c6, queen b2, bishop d5, knight d5, queen d5, and you realize that you are losing a pawn to kind of decide, okay, king h8, rook g6, a5, and I make a draw because this pawn is very strong. My opponent played move bishop e4, which is also a logical move. He wants to remove this bishop. Once this bishop is removed, of course, king's position becomes less safe. But rook c6, bishop g2, king g2. Now white has advantage. We can talk how much, but it's not equal. Let's say queen a2, certainly possible, but ending is not equal. Let's say queen a1, queen b3, queen a3. Okay, this pawn on e2 is not much of a weakness. This pawn on d5 is. And white has more active rook. d4 played by my opponent is attempt to hold the game by dynamic play, because rook is hanging. So this pawn cannot be taken. And knight d5 is coming. But white is having here advantage. Queen c1. Knight d5. Queen a2 is again possible, but after queen c4, which is very strong move, black is forced into difficult ending. Because again, this pawn on d4 is a weakness. If you are wondering on queen c4, can black take queen b2? No, he cannot, because queen b2 blunders an exchange to simple. Rook c7, rook f8, knight g6. So queen c1, knight d5, knight d3. This is a good move. Holding the knights. White is a pawn up. Queen a2 again doesn't solve anything. Queen c4. Now it will even lose a pawn. Knight b4, hoping to survive into heavy pieces, ending with the pawn down. Knight b4, queen b4. Black has some temporary activity, so white needs to be precise. Rook c4, queen b7, king g1, queen d7. It looks like almost that black is making a draw, because, okay, he just made a tempi move. There is some pressure. There are some options. But white has a tactical way to come to one ending. Queen f4. Rook a d8. Necessary. I mean, you cannot push, because this is a pawn blunder. So rook a d8. And now rook d1 is important move, because after queen h3, rook c d4, rook d4, queen d4, it turns out that rook e2 is blundering a rook to queen d8, king h7, queen d3. So a6 was played, e3. Okay, white is here a sound pawn up. And these 2 versus 1 finally decided, game carried on. Later we changed queens and I won the ending. So now this is what I like more, this kind of play. But okay, the situation is that with bishop h5, what my opponent played, as was basically correct. Black can hold equality. Black can hold equality, or come to position where draw is the most likely outcome with the precise play. So Kramnik he went for a little bit different type of play, but a similar strategy. He played move knight a4. Bishop d7, logical move. Knight c5. Knight a5. Not an easy choice, but in a Tarrasch you have very often situation, let's say that Spassky destroyed a number of his games playing a black, that knight versus bishop does not need to be a bad thing for black. Spassky had a number of games trading basically this light bishop for this knight. So this kind of position that if those two pieces get traded, that black can have active play. Because knight on f6 is well placed, for example in such a position, defending a pawn, this knight will jump, or if you want to stop it you need to play some move like b3, and there is a pressure. So Kramnik is delaying this decision, he's playing move b3. Rook c8, forcing him to take a decision. Knight d7, queen d7, queen b3. Knight c6, Iliaskas understands that knight has nothing to do on a5 any longer, he brings it back. Activity with knight e4 will not work because of rook takes c8. Now rook c8 is simply dropping a pawn. Bishop e4, d4, queen e4, there is zero compensation here. So rook c8, queen c8, rook c1, and now there are no really good moves because queen b5 is coming. Now let's say queen d7, queen b5, there is going to be massive advantage for white. Actually, white is going to win material simply because, let's say, take, pawn is hanging, knight c7, knight d5 is hanging, black is having a lost ending. So queen d3, knight c6. And now Kramnik does basically the same trade. Knight c6, forcing exactly same pawn structure what Kasparov did. Playing move rook d1, keeping the tension and deciding maybe to take it later, here allows black to equalize with bishop a3. Rook b1, not willing to fall under knight b4. Bishop c5, and black has a good game. Because now problem for white is that after knight takes c6, bishop e3 will not be good because of knight to b4, and bishop is hanging and pawn is hanging. But try to remember there is here always thematic sacrifice, which is rook e3, which is working. F e3, bc6, it is positional sacrifice, which if you can get it in this type of Tarrasch, it is working. You have a jumps, you have strong play, a bishop is a killer, king is a weakness, so black has at least equal compensation here, compensation for equality as minimum. So Kramnik took knight c6, bc6, rook fd1, queen b7, and what is good strategic trade? Exactly same what Kasparov did. Trading those bishops. White has, this is something which white likes to achieve, bishop c5. Bishop c5, rook c5, because white wants to play on those dark squares, fixing up this pawn weakness. So you see that there is a clear similarity between strategies of Kasparov and Kramnik, only a little bit differently played. Iliaskas will now look for active play. Queen e7. Okay, double attack. Rook c2. Queen a3. What does white do? Of course, puts pawn on the dark squares and doesn't want to think about pressure on e-file. So there is a lot of similarity. Rook e8. Black would love to somehow get active. to somehow get active. Queen f5. Rook b8. Black wants to stay active, which is in general a good idea, but here perhaps he had to be a little bit more conservative and play moves like queen a6 or queen d6 and basically tell to white, okay, show me how do you improve. Because bear in mind that compared to Ljubojevich-Gligoric position, where we had this position, here we have a knight, which makes it easier for a black to create counterplay or to defend, rather than this bishop on d7, which had Gligoric, and it allowed white to simply be improving his position without any kind of hinder. He was simply improving position very easily on these dark squares. Here, ability for a black to defend is much better, because it is better to have knight on f6 rather, instead of this knight, to have bishop on d7 which Gligoric had, because let me remind you, we have here this position, and what Gligoric had, he had this position, which is not the same. Here he has bishop, Iliescas had a knight on f6, which is a better deal. So let us go back to Kramnik-Iliescas. Iliescas decided to be active. Okay, let's see. Rook takes. Because here also, by the way, if you are wondering what happens if he pushes, because in general, if here you could play move a5, this is very good move. Because position has these hanging pawns in center resemblance, and this kind of trade is a very good trade. A very good trade. The problem is if you push a5, there is a pin. That's a problem. So pushing this is losing a pawn. Takes and takes. This is a hanging. You cannot take it. If you take by pawn, I take. You take by rook, I take. So this is a little bit of a problem. Otherwise, a5 would be here. Let's say if there was no this tactical solution, a5 followed by a4 will be typical strategic plan here. But you can't do it because bishop d5. You cannot manage. So rook b8, rook c6, queen a2. And here Kramnik goes for a thematic exchange sacrifice, which is a good idea here. Rook f6. Otherwise, game would be equal. Gf6. Trying to be clever with queen b3 tactics, collecting a pawn does not really help, because after queen g4, h5 is the only way to not to be a piece down. Queen h5, gf6, bishop d5, white is winning because queen is attacked, pawn is attacked, then okay. You will have to take on d5, but then white is a pawn up and better pawn structure, and the weak king, white will easily win this. So rook f6, gf6, bishop d5. White is obliged to return exchange now or the next move, because if you move king, there is a check, king f8, queen h5, and you will have to take on d5. Only thing now, you will lose also pawn in the process. So black is obliged to take on d5. Rook d5, queen b3. Okay, we have here a situation that black has damaged pawn structure, but number of pawns is equal. Only thing which black needs to do is to trade queens. Even if he loses his a7 pawn, who cares? Because if queens are off, this position 4 versus 3 with only rooks on the board is a dead draw. Double pawns here even makes it easier in this particular situation to make a draw. Iliescas would somehow not be aiming for this, which I think is is wrong. He will try to keep his a pawn. He will try to get active play but not lose material. I think that he had to aim for a queen trade and that he would have had saved the draw. Queen trade, and who cares if he loses a7 pawn in the Platz. He played move, let's see how it went. Queen g4, king h7, rook d6, queen b1, king g2, queen g6, queen f3, king g7, rook a6. Important moment. Here rook e8 was probably good defense. If you take, okay, descending, queen trade is forced, descending is a dead draw. White does not have any objective chances to win this position. So rook a4 is more or less forced. Okay, rook e5, h4, h5. It is very difficult for white here to improve without taking pawn on a7. If he doesn't take, black will push a5. Any trade here is okay for black, because if black loses a7 pawn by trading a pair of rooks, queen ending will be a draw. And if black loses a7 pawn by trading queens, rook ending will be a draw. So rook e8, aiming for such a kind of scenario, is what black had to do, and very likely he would have had saved the game. It would be a draw. Black played move rook b5, looking for active play. Rook a7 now. Okay, black is looking for active play, but he probably missed something, because it is difficult to understand then if giving this pawn, why not to play move rook e8, because obviously Ilyaskas knew that ending after rook a7 and a queen trade will be a draw. So rook b5, rook a7, rook f5, most probably there was tactically missed something here. Maybe it was tactically missed that Ilyaskas thought after queen h5 that he will force either queen trade or that g4 is going to cause some weakness. I don't know. There was certainly some tactical miscalculation in this situation. So queen h5, obviously Kramnik is not going to trade queens because it's a draw. g4. Rook g5 was here only move, but it is not the same situation because queens remained on a board and nothing is traded, while black lost a pawn in the Platz. However, queen g6 is just a straight blunder because it loses another pawn for no compensation and puts game to an end. Rook f7, not terribly difficult tactics. You cannot even call it tactics because the queen goes away, there is no longer pin, obviously. Or e4, and king f7, queen c4. And black resigns because, okay, if he moves king, check and take a rook. King e7, same story, queen e4. King g7 only prolongs it by one move. Queen c7, king g8, queen c8. So I like this example of play of Kramnik and Kasparov because even though they played the game different, they had exactly same strategy. And this strategy, playing versus isolated pawn, so when you have it by changing a structure, and instead of playing versus isolated pawn, to decide to play versus this pawn on c6, which becomes a new target, is a good strategy to remember and to employ it sometimes. And usually trade of these bishops are favoring white, giving white a long-term pressure, which in my case, let's say my opponent Tigran Petrosyan, he did not have to lose. He could have probably kept the game with precise play, but White is a side that is pushing, and this is a strategy which is a common strategy for White, and try to remember it and to execute it sometimes. Playing versus isolated pawn, or beware with black, if you are side playing with isolated pawn, beware that this is a common strategy and can be used in this kind of position. The second game which I have in this recording part selection is a very complex game which has to do with the isolated pawn, of course, because this is chapter isolated pawn, but also we will see some hanging pawn situation, because sometimes, like in this game, you get positions coming, let's say, from Meran, Slav, semi-Slav, which would be in this case, that you can get positions that are either isolated pawn or hanging pawns in center. And we will see here one interesting pawn structure transformation that is going to basically happen, and this is going to benefit one side more than the other. Game is between Pavel Yarats and Peter Heine Nielsen, played in a European Championship in 2007 in Dresden, Germany. So let's start with the game. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, c6, so semi-Slav. e3, so-called Meran variation, knight bd7, queen c2, bishop d6, b3, castles, bishop e2. All of those are well-known moves, and almost everything has been tried here. b6, rook e8 is move which is played a lot. e5 is move which has been played a lot, being ready to enter isolated pawn position in a center, let's say, immediately. After cd5, cd5, d5, knight e5, knight e5, bishop e5. According to theory, black has a lot of play. dc4 has been played also in such a positions. Basic idea when you play dc4 is after bc4 that you would like to push move e5. Queen e7 was played here also a lot with a similar type of ideas, like at some stage taking and pushing. a6 was also played. Almost there are no moves which are not tried here, but b6 is one of the main moves. It is logical idea. Black wants to also develop his bishop and later to be ready to push probably c5, most likely. Castles, bishop b7, bishop to b2. And here black plays a logical move, which is move c5, taking action in the center. By far not the only move. Many games have been rook e8 was tried here, rook c8, queen c7, queen e7, all these preparatory moves, and then later decided to push central pawn. But there is nothing wrong with immediate central pawn c5. What here we usually have is that white most of the time takes on d5, and this is also what white does here, cd5, ed5. And here we have positions which can easily turn out hanging pawns in center, but also isolated pawn in center. Rook a d1, white is increasing pressure, so here if we ever get such a kind of transaction, cd4, knight d4, we would obviously have isolated pawn in center. However, if we ever get transactions type dc5, bc5, we will have hanging pawns in center. What do we have in this situation is that, well, many things are symmetrical, but okay, white is the one that decides the trade or the moment to grab on c5. White's knight is developed to c3, black's to d7. You may argue that this knight on c3 is more hitting on a center, which is correct. But on the other hand, should we ever get such a kind of transaction, this knight on c3 can sometimes be under tempi. under tempi for such a kind of pawn break, which is typical pawn break in a hanging pawns in a central position, because, for example, this is typical hanging pawns in a central position, and okay, we are going to deal with this in a number of games in a hanging pawns in a center chapter. So cd5, ed5, rook ad1, and here queen e7 was played in this game. Rook c8 is another logical move, and after dc5, bc5, we have hanging pawns in a central position. This is very complex. I had one interesting game versus French Grandmaster Joël Lautier, who nowadays does not play chess any longer, but at that time in 1994 was one of the world's best players. And game was interesting. I here play move queen f5. You may wonder what is the purpose of this move queen f5. Well, the purpose is to mount some pressure on a center. This way, or maybe bishop d3. In general, here white does not mind move like g6, because if move g6 comes, this king is going to be a little bit weakened. This is what will happen in my game, and also later on in this game. So this is not so silly, because then the idea is that maybe this diagonal will become important, maybe some jumps. So let's say move like queen f5. White is aiming to provoke move like g6. Black here usually plays move queen e7. Let's say queen e7 is one option, where increasing immediately pressure with bishop b5, black is happy about, because after knight e5, black is here very happy. If queen e7 would not be played, let's suppose that black plays some stupid move, then bishop b5 is indeed increasing pressure, because I would like to take, and you don't have a clever way to take, because you're going to take this pawn. And move like g6 is now a real weakness after queen h3. So for example, h6 will be a very stupid move in such a position, because after knight b5, white is increasing pressure on black center, and all these moves, queen f5, bishop b5, makes perfect sense. Okay, move queen e7 is a normal move, developing move, because now bishop b5 doesn't make any sense because of knight e5, simple move. And here suddenly black is very happy, because like, okay, if you take, black obviously does not want to make any stupid blunders, taking by bishop, blundering knight e5, but black will take by queen. Queen takes, bishop takes, this position is about equal. On queen e7, we have actually one blitz game between Kramnik and Kasparov, which produced a couple of interesting moves, some complicated game. Rook fe1, queen e6. Kasparov would like to have this kind of trade, bringing a pawn closer to center and removing hanging pawns in center, which is logical. But Kramnik doesn't want it. Obviously, he plays move queen b1. h6, bishop d3, trying to play bishop f5, and Kasparov says, I don't care. Knight e5, bishop f5, and we get now tactical position, knight f3, gf3, queen e5, f4, queen e8. Black would love white to take exchange, bishop c8, because queen c8, and we have typical central pawn break with the hanging pawns in center. d4 very soon, bishop is working, queen is working, white is likely to get mated. But Kramnik obviously didn't take it, he played move bishop h3, rook d8, bishop g2, queen e6 with a complicated game. In my case, on move queen e7, I played move bishop d3, because I would like to provoke move g6. Knight e5 is now a blunder. Why? Because h7 pawn is hanging, so, and knight is hanging. So after knight takes d5, there is no good answer. Because knight is hanging, you cannot, let's say, take on f3. I mean, you can, but it's not very good, because I can, let's say, take by a pawn. And now there is no good move, because if bishop takes, bishop f6, threatening checkmate, threatening queen, threatening a bishop. Everything will go wrong. So this is a blunder. On bishop d3, move which I did not think during the game, but later on I did think when I was writing this book, and I saw this Kramnik-Kasparov game. Kasparov idea queen e6 can be considered here. Certainly. My opponent played move rook fe8, very normal move. Rook fe1. Okay, move which I considered, but I decided not to play. Now with rook on e8, move bishop b5 is making more sense, because there is no move knight e5, and this is certainly an option. So to lose a move on bishop d3, and then on rook e8, now when knight cannot jump, to pin the knight, and to try to exert pressure on d5 pawn, because in these hanging pawns in center position, it is difficult for white to exert pressure on c5 pawn. How? But on d5 pawn, yes. So this is one of the ideas. I played move rook e1. This move is still remaining, but here another idea for white is, if given a chance, white can also sometimes try a move like e4. But has to be tactically very well prepared, obviously. Bishop e8. Knight e2. White wants to provoke move g6, and he sort of does it, so g6, queen g5. c4. Move which often works in such a position. People should understand that c4, which we would also see from number of games in this hanging pawns in a center position, because this is typical hanging pawns in a center position. c4, and this also shows how complex this is, because isolated pawn, hanging pawns in center, it is important to understand pros and cons of all these kind of structures, because very often they keep on changing one into the other. So here move like c4, it does surrender very important square. Very important square. But on the other hand, it takes space. And it gets a passed pawn. So it is not a crazy move. It is kind of a decision often seen in such a kind of position. Another move was knight e5. Probably white is a bit better, because we get a massive trade. Knight e5, bishop e5, bishop e5, queen e5, queen e5, rook e5. Let's say rook c1. White has some sort of advantage. a5. Black would love if he could to do this trade. Also, a5 is stopping b4, trying to fight for d4 square. But let's say rook c2, here white is better. Because now d5 pawn is no longer target. What I said, that more often d5 pawn is targeting than a c5, but here dark square bishop is traded, so c5 pawn is a target. Target not so easy for black actually to cover, because you cannot cover it by knight, because there is always going to be some annoyance. On the other hand, if you play rook e7, there is going to be rook ec1, rook ec7, knight d4. Using this pin, this is often seen tactical kind of motive, because now knight b5 is a threat. So queen g5, c4 was played, but here somehow tactics will turn out to work for white. A bishop f5, which was a good move. I played bishop f5, that was a good move. Because h6 does not help. It wins a piece, but it loses many other things, because queen h6, gf5, queen g5, king h8, knight ed4, and white has winning attackers and defenders. Defenders are sleeping, attackers are attacking. King is hopeless. So h6 doesn't work. Bishop f5, knight e4. Queen h6, mate in 1 is always powerful threat. c3. It looks like black to be doing well because one bishop on f5 is hanging, another attacker has been killed. Does white have a solution? White does. White has a very strong solution. Bishop a3. Queen a3. Bishop d7. White will win exchange. Black has to find a compensation. Black here played move queen a2. Willing to, well, first of all grabbing one pawn and willing to grab the other, which is normal because he's behind in development. c2 was probably a better move. After rook c1, to play move rook e d8. Bishop c8, rook c8, because this pawn will fall, but under better circumstances. Though after knight fd4, queen a2, f3, white is better. Compensation should not be sufficient because those knights are strong. Pawn is safely blocked, but this was the best chance for black. This is what black had to do. Black took queen a2, bishop e8, rook e8. Now this rook is away from a c file where rook is actually needed, and here white had a very strong tactical shot which I did not see in the game, and this was knight c3, allowing queen to take f2 because knight c3, knight g5 is a forced checkmate, so allowing queen f2, and after king h1, knight c3, there is no more knight g5 because mate is covered. I mean, this is a mega blunder because knight d1, there is no checkmate. Queen is covering f7. But now after rook d2, black queen is trapped and white is having winning advantage. I played in the game a move rook c1, move knight g5. Yeah, here would be a blunder, so I played in the game, but knight c3 was winning because this is forced, and now queen is simply falling. I have played move rook c1, rook c8. Now we have something similar to what could have had happened if black pushed immediately c2 and entered this kind of position. So it is in a way similar. I have a little bit better version. So rook c8, knight fd4, queen a5, f3 because this pawn is still on c3. White was better here. This was played in my game, my game versus Lothier in Donner Memorial in Amsterdam '94. I went on to win the game, so it was interesting game. But this was more about, let's say, tension with these hanging pawns in center, and I thought it was useful to show it. Why? Because those are elements which are often somehow crossing each other in such a position. You may get hanging pawns in center, you also may get isolated pawn in center, something which is going to happen exactly in this game. So queen e7, Peter Heine Nielsen is keeping tension, but probably in the best way. He's playing move which is useful move anyway. Knight h4, similar strategy what I had, provoking g6 in order to get this diagonal. Knight f3 back, mission accomplished. Rook a c8. But now queen to b1. White wants to have some sort of a pressure. and then choose the right moment to get to hanging pawns in a center position. a6, usually useful move. It's just eliminating any type of knight b5, bishop b5, and maybe being ready also to push pawn and to allow isolated pawn in center position. a4, white doesn't want to allow it. Rook fe8, queen a1. Okay, here we have an interesting situation. Black here played c takes d4, decided to switch into isolated pawn in a center positions. Not forced, certainly not forced, but probably good decision, because black is not going to be worse. Black is going to have active play. Knight d4, knight c5, bishop f3, bishop e5, correct decision, because now this battery is opposed. Knight ce2. Okay, this knight is fortified. It stands very well, but on the other hand, black is also doing well. There are no threatening jumps, and pressure to exert on this pawn is not so easy. And here Peter Heine-Nielsen made a mistake which doesn't look at first glance to be so bad, but he simply underestimated the pawn structure change, which often happens. Because in our previous game, Kramnik's game, we had a pawn structure change. In this Kasparov game, we also had a pawn structure change. Here, pawn structure change is going to be a bit different, but is going to provide white with amazing tactical opportunity. And in a number of games which you will see in this chapter, you'll be having constant pawn structure changes, which is often common in isolated pawn in center position. Here, probably the best for black was to play move a5, to secure knight on c5. Okay, you give a square on b5, which is not terribly important and cannot be used because this pawn is also hanging on b3. So you cannot just jump. And knight e4 can be coming next move, and black is having very good chances because it is not clear how white will improve position, and black has quite a nice position. Knight jumps to e4, maybe bishop will come then to a6. Black is doing very well here. Most probably, if somebody is actually better, it is black, because black has very nice piece play, and for white it is not clear as to how to improve or to find really active play. Black played knight fe4. Probably actually Peter Heine he saw a5 knight fe4. Definitely he saw it, but he probably thought, why not to play move knight e4 immediately? Probably he thought he can do it later. Okay, now point is that white gets tremendous tactical opportunity. Tactical opportunity which normally does not exist in this position, but is going to arise due to pawn structure change, and something which was certainly underestimated by black, because very often we do blunder tactics because those tactics, they come as a result of new opportunities created by pawn structure change, and this is something which white here spotted brilliantly. b4, knight e7, bishop e4, d4. Now suddenly we have symmetry in center, but okay, we have this stupid bishop which is hitting its own pawn, and white suddenly also has a tactical possibility because suddenly d file has opened, and white plays it beautifully. Knight f5, g5 only move, rook takes d7. If queen d7, This battery is torturous. Knight is coming to 8, king is hopeless. Bishop not participating into anything. Typical situation, opposite color bishops attack. One bishop a monster, second bishop doing nothing. Peter Heineke took on h2. Grabs a pawn, but we will see has another minus point. King h2, queen d7, knight f4. White has a full control, and a pawn grab on h2 has offered white also h-file, which is going to be utilized. Queen e7, a very good move. H-file will be there. Rook c2, aiming for counterplay. Bishop f6, cutting defenders to king. Attackers and defenders. Queen b4, king g3. Attackers, attacker, 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 attacker. Where are defenders? No defenders. King fighting alone. Queen d2, counterplay, only chance. White plays it really well. White understands that this knight is controlling position and brings another attacker threatening deadly checks. Queen f2, king h2. Knight is controlling position. Dead piece. Not participating in the attack, not into defense. Rook e6. Okay, hoping to escape with the king from a checkmate. Kind of normal, not so many other moves left here. Queen d4, strong move. Defending a pawn and threatening mate. Queen d2, rook g5. King f8, knight e6. F e6. So this knight is now gone, but problem is that there is no counterplay, and we have this situation. Opposite color bishops, this bishop is doing nothing, and white is executing basically very well. Final stroke being very beautiful, bishop e7. Queen e7, rook g7, king e8. Everything goes by checks, and black suffers decisive material losses. Rook g8, king e7, queen g7, king d6. Rook d8, and black resigned, because it is not problem that black is losing only a queen. But black's problem, this is not the end of it, because he's also losing a rook. So after rook d8, black resigned. What we have is actually isolated pawn position, probably very good for black if playing a5, fortifying a knight and then playing a knight e4. But black played move knight fe4, not being aware that pawn structure in a center can dramatically, very quickly change, and that this change is going to be favorable to white, giving white great tactics. So when you play position with isolated pawn on center, be aware of all the potential structural changes, which sometimes could be, let's say, in a positional nature, like in this Tarrasch game Kasparov-Ilieskas or Kramnik-Ilieskas, but also sometimes could produce tactical motifs, like in this game Pavel Yarac versus Peter Heine-Nielsen. So this game Yarac-Nielsen, we have these very beautiful tactical motifs coming as a result of pawn structure change in a center. And I think this example was quite instructive. I will continue with the pawn structure changes, but now this will be two games, one of my own and one famous game from a World Championship match, Kasparov-Karpov. Both games will have to do with a structural change in a center, that isolated pawn will become a pawn symmetry in center, but it will be more favorable for one side than the other. Namely, in both games, at some stage, knight will be dominating a bishop due to change in a pawn structure that would be more favorable for one side rather than the other. So I start with my own game. This game was played in Reykjavik in 2001. My opponent was Lars Schandorf, Danish grandmaster, one of the best Danish players at that time. And we had d4, d5, so it is going to be queen's gambit, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop e7, or the classical lines, knight f3, knight c6, and here I played interesting move, queen c2, which is not often played in a top level, but it was played by some strong players, including, let's say, Kramnik, who scored some great win, and also Kasparov played it a few times. My opponent played move knight a6, trying to take advantage of this queen on c2. As we are going to see, it is probably not a great move. On queen c2, what are logical moves? Let's say if d takes c4, white is getting what he wants. e4, let's say knight c6, e5, knight b4, queen b1, knight fd5, bishop c4. White is doing here very well, because if we would compare this position to queen's gambit accepted e4 line, white is having very good version. In the case that viewer is wondering what am I talking about, which queen's gambit accepted, which e4 line, let me try to explain. So d4, d5, c4, let's say dc4, e4, knight f6, e5, knight takes, bishop c4. Let's say knight b3, bishop back, knight c3, let's say knight f3. Compared to this kind of line, it is obvious that such a kind of position is advantageous for white, because this bishop can never go out, and white has a couple of extra tempis. Also, knight on b4 is not handy, it will need to move. So this is what line which I'm talking about. Let's say here white is having advantageous variation compared to this line. Okay. Another move for black on queen c2, because immediate opening in the center is leading to white's advantage, playing into white's hand. Let's say castles is a logical move. Bishop g5 is then the main move. c5 is a logical move to play for a center, because they say usually if one side is making development moves like queen c2, but not exactly developing pieces, because they say don't develop queen too early, then to hit on a pawn center is making sense. So c5 is making sense in that respect. After dc5, dc4, e4, queen a5. We had position which was played in a World Championship match, Kasparov-Karpov, Sevilla, 1987. One game continued e5, knight d5, bishop c4, knight c3. And here Kasparov played very nice move, castles. Not taking a knight, because bishop is hanging. You no longer have these covered checks, and also this knight needs to go somewhere. Queen c5, queen c3. White is a bit better, but game finished, I think, as a draw, if I remember it right, because here queen c5 is the best move, because if you take, obviously I take, and I threaten a checkmate, and when you are weaken yourself, I can take. Taking on c5 is also kind of quite promising for white, because white can, let's say, take and play for initiative. initiative like this, trying to weaken black kingside, or can even consider, maybe can even consider some moves like bishop d2, taking a knight later, and including move knight g5. There are many options here. So White, this was played in a World Championship match, White having some advantage. Move h6 is challenging White to take a decision, but here we had one beautiful game played by Vladimir Kramnik in one of the Dortmund tournaments versus Nigel Short. Kramnik played a model game. He changed his mind. He took bishop f6, rook d1. We have position which resembles to Moscow variation of a Slav or Tartakover variation. g6, e3. Black has a pair of bishops, but White has a little bit better development because look, many pieces are developed. c6, bishop d3, dc4, bishop c4, knight d7. This position looks very much like some lines of Tartakover-Makagonov or Moscow variation. Here, for example, Black would like White to castle, and then Black will try to prepare c5 or e5, but can also start off with a b6, bishop b7. But here Kramnik played a very strong move. He played aggressive move h4. So why? Because Black does not have a central pawn breaks. If Black does not have a central pawn breaks, then actually some direct attack on a king or preparation of it is making a lot of sense. And this is what Kramnik is doing. He will win a game in a beautiful way. Queen e7. a3. This is a very well conceived attacking plan because what does he want with a3? Battery. Two rook pawn moves on the separate flanks of a board are here very well connected because with move h4, Kramnik wants to weaken the diagonal. But he wants to weaken it at the moment of his choosing, so that's why he's playing move a3, being ready to build a battery and then to get an attack. Bishop g7, bishop a2, following on a plan. b6, bishop b1. H-pawn push is a threat, a very serious one. Probably best for Black was to play move rook d8, because h5, g5, queen h7 is not a mate after all. King f8, knight e4. Situation for Black is very dangerous because White is ready with some sacrifices. And knight f6 is not working because of knight f6, queen f6, knight e5, tempo. Bishop e7 now loses to knight g4, queen e7, knight h6. But Black has a good attacking, good move in f5, good solution in f5. Knight g3, c5. Black is creating some counterplay and is not exactly getting mated. So, and this is something which Black had to choose for. Short played here move h5, willing to stop h5 of White, and he did. But it is having another problems. What is the problem? The problem is that it is surrendering some squares. And Kramnik plays it beautifully. Kramnik now judges that he has achieved what he wanted because he got a square for his knight. And now that there is no more purpose of his rook on h-file because h5 possibility is not there anymore. And Kramnik now castled kingside. Bishop e7. It looks like Black not to be doing so bad. But White now puts his monster on g5. This knight you cannot kick out. And white is actually going now to combine both diagonals. Why? Because this bishop can change his mind and can move to a2. At some stage, black will need to deal with sacrifices. This pawn can advance, creating potential mating net. Black has no counterplay. Rook fd8, bishop a2. Now tough situation for black, but probably the best move was knight f8. Bringing a defender, trying to eliminate tactical motives. Nigel Short decided to try to be active, and he's going to regret it very quickly because he's going to be mated horribly. e4, pushing a pawn further, taking a space. Knight g4, under the illusion that knight is on active post. Actually, knight is doing nothing there and not participating in a defense either. So this knight is completely lost piece, not creating any threats and not participating in defense. This knight would have been much better on f8, protecting those weaknesses. And now Kramnik is merciless. e5, rook d7, setting a stage for a kill. White brings another piece to attack. Knight e2, rook a d8, and now comes moment for execution. Bishop e6, f e6, queen g6. It is good to notice that black pieces are not creating any counterplay, and white has, with very logical moves, came to mating attack. Knight will come. We see now the consequence of allowing knight to g5. Knight e5, queen h7, king f8, and now knight f4 forces a resignation because there is no good defense versus knight e6. Such a moves obviously do not help because d5, rook d1, knight g6. There is simply no defense here and black resigned. So I like very much this game of Kramnik, combining different kind of plans, delaying a castle, castling the moment where he wanted to, and combining different plans, h4 and then a3, making a battery, and then after h5 changing his mind to castle and to capitalize on a strong knight, and then having a great execution. Black though having to play move knight f8. Black position passive but preventing a direct annihilation, which did happen very soon after knight f6, and a typical kind of sacrifice. So we have this position. We destroy the pawn defenses in front of the king, and also there are no sufficient defenders. You have here a situation which sometimes happens in some Sicilians with similar sacrifices, that bishop on g7 actually it looks like defender, but the show here is going on the light square. Light squares around. Knight coming, and this bishop is not actually protecting any of those. So a very instructive game by Kramnik. You may wonder, what is the reason that move queen e2 is no longer popular? Well, the reason is that c5 is a strong move. It was played by Topalov versus Halfman. So Karpov had the same idea, but Karpov included, as we know, Karpov included castles, bishop g5, and then push c5. A better idea is to push c5 at once. And now somehow center opens and black gets a great play. dc5, not forced, but if e3, cd4, black is doing very well, because this is not type of isolated pawn that white is so happy about, because okay, queen on c2 is not a bad piece, but is also not really what you want to put. You would rather like here to have queen on d1 and ready to have castled. So c5 and dc5. Black does not want to take this pawn. Black pushes e5, d4, and after knight b5, hoping to create some threats, black sacrifices another pawn, e5, playing for initiative, very strong initiative play. Knight e5, a6. Now problem is that knight d6 blunders a piece. Bishop by standard motive, bishop d6, cd6, queen a5, and knight is gone. Double attack. Knight a3, castles. Black has massive lead in development, is only one pawn down because this pawn will fall. So this was very energetic play by Topalov as a black. Knight d3 postpones this capture only for one move after bishop f5. g3 was played. Queen a5 check. Bishop d2. Queen c5. Knight d3. By the way, queen a5 check is very strong because it will disturb white development. Because bishop d2, queen c5, knight d3. Now comes a key move. Queen c6. So white cannot castle in a good way. Either has to move rook or has to weaken himself with f3. Rook g1, bishop f5. Bishop g2, queen c8. Black has very strong initiative for a sacrifice pawn. King is in the center. Black also has space. Easy play. Pressure. White is badly organized, and black went on to win the game. So for the people interested about theory of this line, the main drawback of move queen c2 is actually direct central hit with a c5, where black simply obtains very active and a good play in the case that white takes by another pawn sacrifice. White does not have to take, but then black has a simply good game. So this is, for a theoretical standpoint, this is a problem. My opponent played move knight a6, which actually is not so good for black, because after simple move a3. In the case of some other moves, this idea to jump with the knight to b4 would create enough play for black. Active play, let's say if bishop g5, knight b4, queen b1, and now black can go again for his pawn pushing business in the center. See, by the way, when somebody is delaying development, hit him in the center. It usually works. And here it works. For example, dc5, d4, a3, knight c6. Similar to Topalov's play. And if knight e4, bishop e7, queen e7, queen e4, queen c5. Excellent play for black, because black is soon going to castle. White still has to solve some problem. And black is very harmoniously developed and can easily also take space. If g3, aiming for fianchetto kind of development, also knight b4, queen b1, let's say dc4. Now it's a bit tricky, because you want to fianchetto bishop, but then how do you get a pawn back? And now on bishop g2, let's say castles. Castles, rook b8 is probably a good move. Black wants to be ready to defend the pawn. And if a3, knight c6, rook d1, let's say knight a5. Black will defend his pawn. And it is very difficult for white to prove right compensation. But move a3 is making black's life complicated. And now we get isolated pawn in a center position, but the knight on a6 will be awkwardly placed. So c5, hitting a center, but now it's a bit different. e3, cd, ed, dc, dc4, bishop c4. What is the difference in this position compared to, let's say, immediate hit c5, e3, and this isolated pawn position? Well, difference is very obvious that in this isolated pawn position, this knight can be developed either to c6 or castles, b6, bishop e7, knight e7, rook c8. In a position which we got in the game, knight is stupid on a6 and can only try to travel to d5, which costs a lot of time, and then still you are not threatening actually any active play, while move a3 is perfectly in the system of white in this isolated pawn position type. So white has gotten here a good version of it. Knight c7. Bishop g5, it was a new plan at the time. I simply wanted to keep a pressure, believing that I have a good version of a known positions similar to Queen's Gambit, except it isolated pawn in centers. We had a game before in Dos Hermanas played between Topalov and Karpov, where Topalov went for aggressive strategy for immediate attack on a black king. He played rook d1, typical to his style, b6, knight e5, bishop b7, rook d3. Okay, his idea is very much straightforward. At some stage rook goes away and attack. But it is not really sophisticated enough, because here black has a good game. Here Karpov played on b5, creating immediate counterplay, taking advantage of the fact that there is always to be some queen d5 hit or rook c8, because there is a double attack. For example, if I want to take, you can take. Well, here to start with, these takes are working because there is a double attack. b5, bishop a2, a5. Karpov is playing very actively, very active play. So simply white does not have a free hands to get his attack the way he was hoping to. Bishop b4, g5, b4. Topalov is keeping the momentum. Rook h3. He wants to provoke a weakness. This is what he wants to provoke, because he threatened bishop g6. Does black have a clever way not to make a weakness? Yes, he does. Actually, Karpov here finds a way, maybe the only advantage of this knight on c7. But Karpov was always very good playing versus isolated pawn, though he would lose game to Kasparov in this selection with what I had. Knight c8, defending the knight. And now black is doing actually quite well, because let's say knight g4, now g6 is kind of okay, because difficult to take advantage of everything, and many things are hanging now, because your knight is hanging, pawn is hanging. White will need to now enter into some unfavorable transactions. Topalov actually here played very well, not to become worse. He played knight b5, rook c8, queen e2, knight e4. In isolated pawn positions, trades normally favors a guy fighting versus isolated pawn. Why? Because activity diminishes, and then isolated pawn becomes more of a headache. bishop e7, queen e7, and now Topala was clever enough to find a way to make a draw. Knight a7, very fortunate, because you cannot move a rook, because this will be a problem. So Karpov has to agree to a draw by move repetition, rook c7, knight b5, rook a8, knight a7, rook c7, knight b5, and a draw agreement. So I played move bishop g5, trying to keep a pressure similar to Queen's Gambit accepted, by with this knight on c7 not being a greatest piece. b6, black is developing as usually he does in similar positions, rook a d1, bishop b7, but in similar positions, black has this knight on d7 and rook is coming to c8, providing active counterplay. Knight e5, knight cd5, rook fe1, rook c8. Here, with the white, I decided to actually make a pressure on the center, already having in mind pawn structure transformation, playing move queen b3. Here black has a problem of active play, and he's playing a move hoping to achieve it. But black here has a problem that white can change central pawn structure. This is black's problem. In this position, and my timing to sense it was good, by bishop takes f6. Knight f6 opens up tactical options like d5. And after e d5, knight d5. Knight d5 loses to simple bishop d5, rook d5. And now there are no good moves because you cannot move a queen, because it costs exchange. And queen c7 is losing to rook d7. Queen c5, knight d3. And bishop will fall. There is no mate, there is nothing. If bishop c5, which looks like a calm move, okay, now this diagonal becomes a problem. Knight f4, queen c7, and now we have a nice mating net, but also typical mating net. Rook d7, knight d7, bishop f7, king h8, knight g6, ag6, and a checkmate. So this is a typical way to finish the game. And okay, there is no way to stop it, so knight f6 will be a mistake. So bishop f6, bishop f6. By the way, this pawn breaks is something what the side with hanging pawn is, with isolated pawn in center and side playing versus this has to be somehow thinking, considering all the time. Sometimes it's also a pawn sacrifice, which will be in a number of games in this session, certainly in this chapter, certainly last 3 games in this isolated pawn in center. So on bishop f6 is needed to maintain the knight, but now we get a structural pawn change favoring white. Bishop d5, e d5. Bishop d5 would be in general a good idea, because after e d5 you do have a bishop hitting your own pawn, which is never good. But after bishop d5, e d5, the problem is that there are some structural problems. Let's say knight g4. Queen a4 does not get what it's aimed for, because now black can eliminate white knight with bishop e5. Queen d6 is wrong because simple pawn take, queen a6, rook c2, rook e2. a5 does not help because knight e7 is a threat to damage a pawn structure, because you would be forced to take by a pawn. And then you will have a horrible pawn structure and the king weakness. But bishop takes e5 eliminates a game into heavy pieces position d5, which is actually sort of okay for black, because a5 is a good move. Rook d4, rook c5. Everything is now protected. Let's say queen d1, queen a8. For example, queen d7 is not so good, because after b4, a4, rook b5, this rook is not a good piece. Not clear how will we get out. But queen a8 is a good move, because now b4 does not produce the same result due to a4, rook c4. And okay, if you take, I simply take. And draw is likely result. And if f4, hoping to push, there is a counterplay. Queen c6. f5, rook c2. And black is likely having enough counterplay for game to be about equal. But after knight g4, it is not easy. Because let's say rook c4 is a logical move, because I have a threat. Okay, threat is to grab a pawn. Either if your bishop moves like this, and to take a pawn. Also, to jump immediately. Knight e3 is also a threat, and to take a pawn. And if queens moves to some stupid place, knight f6 to damage the pawn structure. So rook c4, knight e3, rook d4. Okay, problem here for black is that sometimes it happens in this isolated pawn position that isolated pawn and the other pawn disappears. But then you have position where you have pawn symmetry, like viewers would also see from PGN, my game versus Nikolic, where one side is simply having a dominant piece. Okay, b5, black could play it, but white is here clearly better. Because knight is a dominant piece, bishop cannot really go away. Queen also has a problem. White is better here. We can talk how much better. But white has a pressure. Though this was better choice than the game. Because after e5, there is one thing which black underestimated. Because it looked to black probably, okay, one bishop is controlling this pawn. It is a dead bishop, but other bishop is a decent piece. Problem for black is that actually he has to make now more weaknesses. And how can white cause more weaknesses? Well, knight a4 is causing more weaknesses. Here is a problem, because you don't want to allow this. On the other hand, pawn is hanging. So black here took. Black doesn't want to push b5, so the only way to stop it is to do what he did. Bishop e5, rook e5. It is important to keep this bishop boxed in. So here, for example, such a move would be a grave mistake, because you can push and then later push. And suddenly this bishop comes to life. So you play move rook e5 to have this bishop boxed in. Bishop c6. Denying move b5. Okay, makes sense, because I was threatening to grab a pawn. You cannot play rook c6 because pawn is hanging. Bishop c6, knight c3. And here we have a transformation which is simply bad for black. In a Kasparov-Karpov game which is to follow, we had a similar kind of thing. And this is problem because bishop is hitting its own pawn. It can never hit white pawn. and knight is going to be dominant, and here also white is controlling the e-file. Combination of all these elements will make black collapse. f6, okay, removes the rook, no longer danger to this pawn, but there is e-file, and there is now going to be entering point. Not immediately, but a bit later. And also, by the way, entry point for his knight. Rook f7, e-file. There is only one file. White is controlling it. There is weakness. White is hitting it. Black can never hit white weakness. So white has here a long-term clear advantage, result of a structural pawn change, this change, the structural change in the center, isolated pawn becoming a pawn symmetry, here clearly favoring white due to those reasons. E-file, black weakness is hit, white weakness can never be hit. Rook b8, hoping to release maybe queen from defense of this pawn. Rook e6, queen d7. Now black problem is lack of counterplay. h3. Calm move, which is normally good because later on I never need to worry about my weak back rank. g6. Queen b4. Threatening different things in black camp. So white is here having a luxury that white can slowly improve position because black does not have any counterplay. And this is what I was doing. So h3, g6, queen b4, king g7. Now further improvement. a4. There is no any rush for white. Rook b7, rook d6, queen a3, a5. Okay, I wanted to play move rook d6, but immediate rook d6 allows a5. So it's very simple, a3, a4 first, rook b7, rook d6, a5, queen hides, queen a3, queen c8, now another rook enters. This is just easy systematic play. Bishop d7, rook e3, bishop c6. Can white improve? Well, usually when you have so many pieces on a board, you can improve. Now knight improves. Knight on f4 will be devastating piece. Will be hitting weakness, hitting king. Rook d7, knight f4. King will soon become weak. Is weak already. Black's problem, no counterplay. King f7, rook e6. Rook e6 only move, rook d6 only move, queen d6. This wins material. But black had no moves here. Simply he is completely stuck without any kind of counterplay. This is black's problem. You cannot also take because I take, and you cannot chase a queen away. This is simply not happening. So this is quite a hopeless situation. You cannot chase a queen away because this is not happening. It is simply terrible position. Total domination. Pay attention that whole game this bishop is a one big pawn. This is these situations when you have this pawn symmetry in the center very much favorable to one side. So king f7 was played and now white is winning material by force. Rook and soon the game rook e6, rook d6, queen d6, bishop a4. This pawn is meaningless. Pawn on f6 is not. King g8, queen d5. White is a pawn up and is having mating attack because this bishop is no defender, no counterplay creator for black. King g7, queen e5, king g8, and now quite easy execution, knight g6, removing a pawn defenses, but it is easy. Queen c1, king h2, a g6, rook g6, king has no place to hide, king f8, queen h8. This is a typical and easy play. Easy also to calculate because everything is coming with the checks. Black king, 0 defenders, all the pieces hiding behind him. Queen h7, king d8, queen b7, and black resigned because also there is no thing like perpetual check. This is only thing which white needed to be careful to, but okay, no need to be careful to because he can always play more rook g3. Even g3 check, queen g2 was possible, but why? Rook g3 is there. So after queen b7, black resigned. But this is a type of position that we have that pawn structure changed. And instead of having, in this position, instead of having isolated pawn in the center, white decided to have favorable pawn symmetry, which in the case of knight f6 would have been broken by d5, which you often have that one side is here more ready for removal of a central pawn, and this happens to be white. And after bishop f6, we get a pawn symmetry where white is favorable, position is favorable to white, due to the fact that this knight is long-term favorable to this bishop because of the nature of a central pawn structure. And we will see something similar in our next game on this chapter, World Championship Classic, actually very important game that decided actually one World Championship match between two great cases, Kasparov and Karpov, and this will be the next game, which will have strategic similarity to this one. The next game in this chapter will also have to do with the domination of a knight to a bishop in a position where isolated pawn got, let's say, transformed into pawn symmetry in the center, just like my game versus Shandorf. But here there will be some differences because black bishop will look a bit more active than in my game versus Shandorf, and also this is historic game because it is game from World Championship match 1986 between Kasparov and Karpov. This is famous London Leningrad match, and this is 22nd game, and well, by winning this game was very important for Kasparov, so this game more or less decided the match. So let's see how we got to isolating pawn position. I will also try to provide some information which could be useful for theoretical knowledge. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, bishop e7, bishop g5, h6, favorite variation of Karpov and also of Kasparov. Actually, both of them were playing this kind of line. Bishop takes f6. This was played a lot in the World Championship matches between Kasparov and Karpov. A move which is more played is move bishop h4. Okay, bishop f6, e3. You may wonder why did white give a bishop pair? Well, white gave a bishop pair, but white will also speed up his development. Castles, rook c1, and it's not so easy for black to open up a position. So black here played move c6, bishop d3, knight d7. You have to think about this position that has a same pawn structure like a so-called Moscow variation of a Slav. But the difference is that here black has a better deal because, well, he has a bishop on f6, which is very well developed. And instead of having queen on f6, which needs to move later on. If I'm talking Moscow variation, just to give you an idea, in order to avoid any confusion, I'm talking about this variation, d4, d5, c4, let's say c6, knight c3, knight f6, knight f3, e6, bishop g5, h6, bishop f6, queen f6, e3, knight e7. This is so-called Moscow variation. And if you want to compare this position to this position, or this to this position, so we compare Moscow variation, starting position of Moscow variation, we are going to compare, let's say, with this position. We see that here black has a better deal, because the bishop is well developed on f6, and in this position, normal Moscow variation, this queen doesn't stand perfect on f6 and needs to be moved later on. So after bishop f6, so we have this take, e3, castles, rook c1, c6, bishop d3, knight d7, castles. And now, well, black needs to somehow develop. And how does black here develop? Black here develops by trying to a little bit open up the position so that this bishop pair can work. Because if black cannot ignore white forever, because then white will, just like in Moscow variation, white will push e4. Let's say, I don't know, if black will play some move like b6, white will push e4. So black takes d takes e4, bishop c4, and pushes e5. Already it's clear that we will get isolated pawn in center most likely. And here white plays preventive move h3. Why? Because black would like to play, let's say, ed4. And after ed4, knight b6 and bishop g4. So move h3 is stopping this potential pin. ed4, ed4, knight b6, bishop b3. We don't have this pin, bishop g4, and bishop black develops bishop f5. We may here wonder, okay, why did white go for this isolated position, isolated pawn position, and what can white potentially hope for? Important piece in this position for white is this bishop on b3. Okay, it is very active piece, and it is having a pressure on this f7 pawn. White will try to increase this pressure by jumping with this knight to e5. Where if black will take bishop e5, then white can sometimes take the e5 and then get a different kind of pawn structure. White also tries to make a use of e-file and plays rook e1 immediately. Very often black needs to block this bishop by playing some move like knight e5, which would ultimately happen in the game. If black would, let's say, play it here, then we can get pawn structure transformation. Let's say white can take knight e5, cd5, knight e5, and now we have a pawn structure where white bishop is better than black bishop due to nature of a pawn structure. For example, in a previous game we had a knight, and in this game we would also ultimately get a knight on e5 versus light square bishop. But for example, such a position is also advantageous for white because of nature of a pawn structure, because white is having a pressure on d5 pawn, while black doesn't have any kind of pressure. In the game was played a5, a3, rook e8. Ideal situation for black would be, let's say, if black, because white is combining this strong bishop pressure is combined with the e-file, like I said, and this knight e5 potential jump. For black would be a good deal if, let's say, all four rooks, all four of them, could be traded. Because then for white would be very difficult to pressurize black on f7. Because, okay, e-file is important ingredient of this play. And also very good deal for black would be if those two bishops can be traded. Light square bishops. But it's not so simple, because if you ever play bishop e6, I will Okay, in this case also win a pawn, but I will damage the pawn structure. So rook e8. Trading a pair of rooks. Rook e8, queen e8, queen d2. Okay, here we have important situation, because here Karpov played move knight d7, and later on black play was improved. What would black like to do? One idea is to play move, for example, to trade these bishops, like I said, would be a good deal. But it is not possible to get it done, because if you play bishop e6, white is going to pin you. And then when queen moves, white will simply take, and black's pawn structure is going to be damaged, because e6 pawn is more of a headache than d4 pawn. For example, knight e4 threatening some jumps is immediate problem. So black, therefore, in this position, it is logical for black to play move queen d7, and this was later improvement compared to this game. So let me first show the improvement. Because of course after Kasparov won this game, it was analyzed a lot, trying to find improvement to Karpov's play, because after knight d7, as we are going to see, white is going to have pressure. And the improvement was found in the move queen d7 with the idea after rook e8 to trade a pair of rooks. Like I said, trading all 4 rooks is a good deal for black. Rook e8, queen e8. Why did Karpov did not do it? Well, he did not do it because it looks like after move queen f4 that white is doing extremely well. Why? Because white is attacking a bishop, and white has a threat to play move queen c7 to attack a knight and a pawn. Black can forget about any kind of back ranks mates, because white has played move h3. So white seems to be doing extremely well. But the point is that black holds the game. Black has a tactical way to equalize. And this tactical way is move bishop e6 here. Bishop e6. So actually this is another good trade, because like I said, black would like to trade all 4 rooks and light square bishops if possible. And now this is what he's doing. Bishop e6, bishop e6, queen e6. It looks at the first glance that this was not possible due to the fact that this knight and the pawn are somehow awkward, and that white can play move like queen c7 in such a position. So there was an idea that if queen takes, that queen c7 is winning a pawn. I would also, since I'm already here, I would also like to show for people interested in theory that move queen to b8 check was also tried, and on queen c8, sorry, queen b8 check, and on queen c8 move queen a7 to try to win a pawn by double attack. This is not really working. Let's say knight c4, queen c5. And here black has various ways to come to a draw. Queen e6 was played in practice. Knight b2 is also kind of should equalize, because after knight e4, queen to e6 is probably not a great idea, because white can take knight f6. And now let's say if gf6, queen a5 has some advantage. But there is no need to look at all of this. For example, bishop d8 is just equal position. Let's say queen c2. Knight is, okay, maybe I should mention that in such a position after queen e6, knight f6, you may wonder why not queen f6, why to damage a pawn structure. Well, queen f6 is a blunder, because after queen to c2, you cannot protect this knight. You don't have any kind of jump, so you will need to take by pawn. And then, okay, white should be better here based on a pawn structure. But bishop d8 is equalizing for black, because on queen c2 move, black has a tactical defense, queen f5. Let's say queen b2, queen takes e4, queen b7, and we have drawn queen ending, bishop f6, queen a8, king h7, queen takes pawn. On a5, bishop d4. Okay, he gets a strong bishop. Also, you cannot think about pinning anybody because there is coming move c5. So knight d4, queen d4, queen f5, king g8, and we have drawn ending queen c8, king h7, queen c6, queen a1, king h2, and queen a3, and a totally drawn position. So knight b2 leads to equality. Also, move queen e6 was played in practice, and it also leads more or less to equality. White has to play move d5 to get rid of his isolated pawn, and also after cd5, knight d5 to have seemingly some activity with this knight on d5, but this is also about equal. Let's say knight b2, queen a5, knight c4, queen a8, king h7, queen takes b7, knight takes a3, queen b3, bishop e7, and this knight looks very awkward, but white cannot increase pressure, position is equal, and drawn was soon agreed in a game of Tachnik Olafsson, New York Open 1987. What is maybe more interesting is on move queen e6, what happens after move queen c7. Because now, well, b7 pawn will be lost, because knight c4 has to be played, queen takes b7, but actually this position is a dead draw, because black has here a very strong tactical idea in a move bishop takes d4. The point is, after knight d4, queen e1 check, king h2, queen e5, black gets a piece back. But of course, somebody may wonder, we will get back to it, but somebody may wonder, but okay, what is the big deal if white wants to be clever? And white plays queen b8 check, and after king h7, white takes knight d4. Because now after queen e1, king h2, well, there is no move queen e5, and white is a piece up. Well, problem for white is he has very, very, very weak king after move queen takes f2. For example, move knight d2 is not a good move, because after h4 there is no knight f1 because king runs, and such a move queen f2 does not bring the same result, because knight is no longer on c4, so now move queen e5 is possible, covering, defending the knight, threatening queen trade, and if you give me check on h4, let's say you take queen h4, I play move king h1 back, there is no perpetual because queen is covering it. But queen f2 is quite a strong move, and now white actually needs to find the only way to draw. Can you find here the only way to draw for white? Because it's not so easy. The only way to draw is to stay calm and to play move queen c8. Threatening queen f5 check to trade queens. And knight e3 does not help, because queen c6 will happen defending a mate. And if queen takes d4, white has perpetual check, queen f5, king g8, queen c8. For example, if white tries on queen f2 to be greedy and to play move knight de2, interesting enough, black has then a way to get a serious advantage, perhaps even winning one, by playing move knight e3, knight f4. It is interesting here that black can manage this initiative, because after all it is a piece. But now g5. White has to give a piece back, knight e2, gf4, knight f4, and here unfortunately for white it is not a draw. It is not a draw because black has a beautiful way to get to winning advantage. Knight f1 check, king to h1, queen g3. Threat is mate in 1. So king g1 only move. Knight d2. Threat is knight f3, mating, because threat is knight f3. And then, depending where this king goes, I'll either mate on h2 or mate on e1. Only way to stop mate is to go back king h1. Now Camus jump. Knight e4, queen is pinned, which means that there is a threat. Knight check, knight takes pawn, because king will have to go to g1. Knight check, king g1, knight takes pawn. King g1 only move. Now knight g5. Now again threat is knight f3, and depending where this king goes checkmate. King has to go to h1, and now we come to the point of a pirouette of this black knight. Knight e6, pin is remaining, and black wins a piece and the game. So such a move like knight d2 would be a losing blunder. After move knight to e3, this is maybe also a good idea to mention that you cannot retreat a queen because of knight f1, losing it. So on bishop d4, the best move is knight d4, and now game is equal. Queen check, king h2. It is good to mention that queen takes f2 is here a terrible blunder because of simple check on c8, king h7, queen f5. And trading a queens and playing ending with a piece up. But queen e5 is sufficient. g3, queen takes d4, and now position is equal. Nobody is better here. Queen c8, king h7, queen f5, king g8, queen c8, and a number of games send it here as a draw by perpetual check, including my own versus Paul van der Sterren in the Dutch Championship Amsterdam 1994. So game played 8 years after this game. I have to say to my embarrassment that when the game was played, I did not know for this drawing line for black. When the game was played, I really did not know that move Queen d7 was invented as the best move, with the idea after rook e1 to play rook e8, and after rook e8, queen e8, queen f4, bishop e6, and that indeed after bishop e6, queen e6, queen c7 is not winning anything, because there is this tactical way to solve a problem by playing move knight c4, queen b7, bishop d4. And my opponent, Paul van der Sterren, of course, he knew it. And in the game, I have spent a lot of time, almost all my time, trying to somehow find a way to get to advantage, and I failed, and game finished as a draw. Van der Sterren spent just a couple of minutes. And then later on, after a game in my database, I found out that there were quite a number of games which finished as a draw, exactly the way I did show it. Okay, when the game was played, Karpov didn't know this, he played move knight d7. And now white is better, queen f4. Important move because it is sending bishop to g6. After bishop is gone to g6, well, white can no longer achieve this beautiful trade. Trying to achieve this trade with bishop e6 does not really work quite because of rook e1. Again, threat is simple: to take and to damage a pawn structure. Tactics like bishop e5 do not help because after d5, bishop e3, okay, white has now 4 versus 3 on a king's side with very good attacking chances after knight e4. Very good attacking chances versus this king. And if on rook e1, knight e8, Now we have the situation which we often see in isolated pawn in center. White can change central structure by pushing d5. And after cd5, knight d5, and just like in my game versus Nikolic, what people will find in a PGN part, we have situation that centers has cleared, so nobody has isolated pawn. We have pawn symmetry, more or less, 3 versus 3 and 2 versus 2, but white is having a dominant piece in center, which ensures white's initiative in this kind of position, because this knight is really strong. There is a pin, there is a threat, there is a threat. If bishop retreats, I don't know, to, let's say, to d8, white can simply continue initiative, maybe playing move knight d4. So this is, let's say, typical position that white is better and having initiative because of having a dominant piece in center. So Karpov played move bishop g6. Now this bishop is going to be a strong piece. h4. Thematic move, trying to disturb this bishop. Queen to d8. Knight a4. Knight a4 is a decent move because, well, white wants in general to force black he wants to make it a bit harder for black if black wants to play move like knight b6. Even though later on black would play move knight b6 and knight d5, but he would need to push move b5. You may wonder here what happens if black plays some, let's say, neutral move. This is like rook c8, for example. Then queen g4 is very irritating, because simply this pin is very irritating, and okay, there is a threat to win a bishop. If knight b6 instead, queen g4 is again very irritating, because I want to take a bishop. Black doesn't have easy moves here. With bishop h7, white is having clear initiative. Also, bishop on h7 looks very unnatural. Also, now king is some back rank tactics may happen. On the other hand, if move like knight e5, then simply h5, bishop h7, knight e5, white has a clear initiative. Move like king h8 to just run away from this pin also doesn't bring desired result. Let's say push, bishop back, let's say knight c5. Now black needs to defend all this stuff. So here Karpov played a move that in general black is not happy to play here. He played move h5 because it's giving a way square for the knight. Maybe you can think of a game Kramnik short, which I did show in this commentary, when Kramnik was coming knight g5 and short played this move h5, though it was a different position. So h5, rook e1. E-file is important. Here Karpov decided to play move b5 to try to put up an active defense, because it is not so easy here for him. So he pushed e5, b5 in order to send this knight back to b3. To c3. Okay, knight c3, because you have to go there. Knight can now also sometimes go to b6 and to d5, which would ultimately also happen in a game. But first, Karpov played move queen to b8, queen e3. File is important. Queen d6. Sorry, b4 first. And now knight e4. It is good to mention that file is important after queen e3, because if black does nothing, white does have a threats. Let's say black wants to improve a queen. White can jump, for example. Black doesn't want to take bishop e5 because the e5. On the other hand, black cannot oppose white, let's say, on the file, because it is a terrible blunder. White will simply take. And okay, white wants to take a queen with a check, or bishop f7 is impossible because he wants to take a rook. So let's say this position is extremely unpleasant for black. So black played move b4 to keep white busy. Knight e4. Now white is playing with a lot of precision because black would love to take on e4, bishop e4, queen e4, and then take b takes a3. And this looks to be smart because black just got a pawn, bishop is hanging, and black wants to take another pawn. But white is having a very strong move, queen c6, hitting on a black rook. And black now does not really get the time because a takes b2 looks like a logical move. Because if I take a knight, he will take a pawn. He will take a bishop. And I have a pawn, very advanced pawn on b2. But here problem for black is that he does not have... Now we see deficiency, for example, on pawn on h5. Black does not have a good move on move queen d5. Because white is threatening mate in 2. Queen f7, queen h5. Protecting a mate no longer hits a bishop, and now white can simply collect a piece. So a takes b2 blunders a piece due to queen d5. Rook a7 trying to play preventive move also does not help because white has, for example, simple queen d5. Again, threat is mate in 2. And after, let's say, knight to f8, knight b6, by the way, doesn't help because queen b5. E-file is important. And after king f8, let's say ba3. White is a pawn up and threatens to collect another one. After knight f8, ba3, again, white is a central pawn up, has threats, central pawn up, and very good position. So bishop e4, queen e4, ba3 does not work due to queen c6. Kasparov need to be very precise calculating it. And he was, and he did. So Karpov, he also of course calculated this. Two of them were 1986 by far two best players in the world. He played move b takes a3. But now b takes a3 has a small problem. That white has a Zwischenzug, which is knight f6, of intermediate move, if you wish, in English. Knight f6, and after knight f6, ba3. Bishop is protected. We see difference in power between those two bishops. This bishop is controlling many empty squares. This bishop is attacking bishop. Threat is knight e5. So actually, black does not have here much of a choice but to play move knight e5, to shut this bishop down. And now after bishop e5, cd5, knight e5, we get position of a pawn transformation in center. So some moves ago, not so long ago, we had a isolated pawn in a center position, let's say here. Now we no longer have isolated pawn in a center position, we have pawn symmetry. And a lot of pieces changed. But white has a dominant knight compared to black bishop, due to the nature of a pawn structure. Knight is standing very well. You cannot even attack it so easily with f6. Bishop is a sitting duck, controlling empty squares. White pawn on d4 cannot be attacked so easily, black pawn can, and white is having very decent attacking chances. This position is difficult to defend for black. Could Karpov defend it better? Probably, as I will show some lines later on, but also the modern Stockfish is showing some more resilient defenses than, let's say, when I was writing a book a long time ago. But black position is very difficult because white is having this long-term pressure, and black has a problems to generate any counterplay. Queen d8, queen f3. Protecting a pawn because, okay, if you take a pawn, you simply blunder a piece. Rook a6, protecting a bishop. Rook c1. Now rook is not needed on an e-file because knight is on e5 is here to stay. So this rook needs to enter position from the other side. King h7. Okay, logical move, moving the king and getting now ready to grab this pawn. Queen h3, protecting a pawn. Okay, makes sense. And also getting ready to enter with the rook. Rook b6, rook c8. Queen d6, queen g3. As we see, white does not have any immediate threats, but the situation for black is difficult because it is very hard to generate counterplay. Here black played a move which looks like a clever move. He played move a4, aiming if they ever get into ending and is somehow a pawn falls, that black will get a passed pawn, advanced passed pawn. Best defense for black was to try to be active and to play move rook b1. King h2, queen a6. This would give black chances for survival. Probably the best move for white is rook to c7. And black has here difficulties. Black has here difficulties, perhaps the best move being move rook back to b7. White is having a long-term pressure. Can black try to survive? He can, let's say rook c6, rook b6. Black can try to survive. Rook b7 is needed because, let's say, in the case of queen f1, we can get a similar lines like in the case of rook f8. White is here simply having advantage because the point is that this check is just one empty check, like in other line which I will let's see. But rook c7 is the best move. Rook f8 was considered for many years because this game, of course, was widely analyzed. Was considered to be the best move, but black has some chances then. Let's say queen f1, queen f3, queen h1, king g3. Here, for example, a move which is decent for a black, and it is relatively recent discovery. For example, move a rook back to b6 is possible move, which is relatively recent discovery. Queen d1 is a possibility, also decent possibility, because after queen d5, queen b3, queen b3, rook b3, f3. Black has here a very strong move f6 with asking white where is he going with this knight, with actually very good chances to save the game. Because if knight goes to d7, there is bishop f5, hitting the knight. Rook ending is going to be a draw. So actually queen d1 was good defense here. Maybe the best defense, because this is probably this kind of position, queen d5, which is a logical move, queen b3, rook b3, f3. After f6, black has very good survival chances. For example, move a4 to push is probably not saving the game, because knight takes to f7, bishop f7, queen f7, rook b3, f3. Now move like queen to e1 is forcing either a draw or a king run. And for many years, this was considered the best move. Forcing white either to make a draw or to run with the king up. Modern engine is basically suggesting, Stockfish 14 is suggesting rook b6, which is sort of improvement to pages of published analysis on this game. Because after queen h5, rook h6, well, you don't exactly have a clear win, because okay, if check, rook g6 will happen, and then some more checks are basically going to come. So rook b6 is a sort of, let's say, new idea in this kind of position. Queen e1 is considered to be a must, but now queen f4 is winning. King f4 is winning, because there is no perpetual, and white is having mating threats, because even king is joining the forces. For example, queen d2, king f5, queen c2 only check, king g5, queen g2, king h5, no more checks, and queen g8 mate is next. This is quite a nice line. So on king f4, probably queen h4 is needed, but after king f5, queen f6 is only move, only check. And now white is having one rook ending, queen f6, g f6, rook f7, king g8, rook a7, rook a3, king g6, king f8. And now, well, question is which pawn to take. In a PGN, what you have, I have given wrongly that king f6 is the best move, with good winning chances or close to winning position after king e8, king e6, but this actually does not really hold, because after king f8, black has actually very good chances to hold this rook ending. Stronger for white is to play move king h5 to collect this pawn. And now this position is winning for white, because white is going to return, taking some more pawns. Let's say, I don't know, if rook to g2, king moves to g6, rook g2, king f6, and this position is winning for white. So this is something which is good to know, which is the advantage if you are watching a video and not only PGN, because let's say king moves to e8, king e6. This ending is winning for white. So rook b1, king h2, queen a6 was the best way to defend, and here probably for white the best way to keep the pressure is not rook f8, which is given in your PGN, but move rook c7, which is well, recent development. Anyhow, this is what modern Stockfish 14 is thinking about this kind of position. So queen g3, Karpov played move a4. I guess Karpov's problem was that he fully realized after rook a1, king h2, queen a6, that he's not exactly mating white. And then he decided, if he is not mating white, let's make some useful move to try to fix this pawn, who knows, and also to try to create counterplay. But now Kasparov is playing very well. Rook a8. Kasparov here understands, in order to create threats to this king, that this knight would be very handy on d7 square. And this is what he's going to do. So rook a8, queen e6, rook a4. By the way, it is good to notice, in the case that people are wondering, for example, why not this active move? Well, this active move has a small problem, that it's blundering a queen. And this is a small problem of this active move. In the case that somebody wonders, is this move also winning? Because, well, if you take a queen, it is going to be one beautiful checkmate. No, and I want to win a queen. No, this is a blunder, because there is a check. King needs to go up, and there is going to be check. And collect a knight. And black is going to win, so knight f7 is a ridiculous blunder. But a rook b3, rook h8 is simply winning a queen. King takes, knight f7, and easily winning the game. So queen e6, running away from this tempo. But now rook a4, there is no longer rook b3. White is now sound pawn up and is keeping initiative. This position is basically winning. Rook a8 was a very strong move, because it eliminates a4 pawn, so it is automatically eliminating rook b3 counterplay. It leaves white with the pawn up, and later we would see rook on a7 is going to be very handy piece. So rook a8, basically a4 is probably a crucial mistake, because now after rook a8, Kasparov will play in a very elegant way, but game for black cannot be saved any longer, because rook b3 is not possible due to rook h8, so this pawn is falling. Queen e6, so queen e6, rook takes a4, and now execution of Kasparov is going to be very beautiful. But probably there are different ways to win this position, because white is having material advantage, and also this knight is still strong, but execution is going to be very beautiful. Queen f5, hoping to create active play. Because if not queen f5, I mean, white can still continue rook a7. Then maybe even consider queen f4. So queen f5, rook a7. Like I said, preparing knight d7 jump, which would put this king in difficult position. Rook b1. King h2, rook c1. Hoping to create some threats. Though again, even this queen will move, it's not a checkmate, but then he wants rook h1, queen g1 to create some threats. Rook b7, not giving those threats. Rook c2, f3, rook d2. Okay, hoping to win a pawn. Also, if let's say rook d1 immediately, white can consider a plan which he did in the game, but white can also here say, well, I don't give you this pawn. And he wants knight g5 check and mating threats. I mean, white can give a pawn, but he doesn't have to. So rook c2, f3, rook d2, looks like there is some counterplay, but now Kasparov is calculating it very well. Knight d7, rook takes d4. Black managed to win a pawn, but now these pieces of white are creating beautiful mating net. Knight f8. King g8 is losing to prosaic rook b8, and knight will jump, knight g6, just winning everything. But king h8, king h6. Now problem for black is that actually this king is in a mating net. If any check will happen, game is over, and Kasparov plays it nice. Rook b4. If black plays rook b4, a b4, d4, going for counterplay, he has a problem that white combines his pass pawn with the terrible weakness of this king, which is in a mating net. So d3, b6, d2, b7, d1 queen, b8 queen, threat, mate in 1. Queen d2, only way to stop this mate, knight g6, queen g6, queen h7, queen h8, queen h7, queen g7, checkmate. So this is very nice calculation. So rook b4, Karpov plays move rook c4. Rook c4, d4. If this king would not be in a mating net, then black would be in a very good shape, because black is having passed pawn which is even more advanced than a passed pawn, and this knight cannot go anywhere. Can maybe take a bishop, but cannot go anywhere. But king is in a mating net, queen d6. Threat, mate in 1, which actually cannot be prevented. c3 is the only way to prevent it. Now comes queen d4. The last beautiful move. Threat is mate in 1. The only way to prevent this mate in 1 is a move like bishop to h7, but now white can simply take queen takes c3. And white is still having threats towards the king, and is also sound pawn up. So after queen d4, Karpov has resigned. I like very much, we have seen a pressure which white had whole game. So Karpov, he could have defended better, but actually he could never equalize already in the game after we got this position. After he played move knight d7, queen f4, he could not equalize. He could have maybe defended better, but he could never equalize the game. And later on we got, so Kasparov sent his bishop away, and then we got this pawn transformation in center. And in this pawn transformation in center, this knight is dominant to this bishop. And again, Karpov could have perhaps defended better, but he could never equalize. And then towards the end, we had this very beautiful execution. Very beautiful execution with move knight d7, having this king in a mating net, which is very nice because it is maybe useful to know for viewers that when this game was played, people were still having adjournments. So, and games were getting adjourned after 40 moves. So 41st move, knight d7 was, I think, sealed by Kasparov, if my memory serves me right. And then, okay, the rest was less difficult because, okay, he had time to analyze it with his team, but knight d7 was a sealed move, and then game cannot be saved any longer. And this was also a very good judgment because he could have, let's say, decided to defend this pawn. But Kasparov calculated correctly after knight d7, rook d4, knight f8, king h6, forced move that here simply this king cannot get out of the mating net. And this is one of the, let's say, famous games, historic games in this World Championship matches between two great cases, and game which had more or less decided 1986 London Leningrad World Championship match. So, and this is with this game I would also conclude this part about when isolated pawns becomes pawn symmetry in a center, and one side is having, let's say, dominating piece to the other sides. So in both cases, my game versus Shandorf and Kasparov-Karpov game, it was a knight that was dominating a bishop. And now the remaining 3 games in a chapter will be, let's say, more about dynamic central play. This was also dynamic, but the resulting positions were pawn symmetry in a center, one side having knight dominating the bishop. The remaining 3 examples will be a little bit different, but also very typical for understanding of those kind of isolated pawn positions. Now we are going to move to some typical 2 games will come from a typical isolated pawn positions coming from Queen's Gambit Accepted. And I will start with one famous classical game between Tigran Petrosyan and Boris Spassky, played in Moscow at Alekhine Memorial in 1971. So actually, Boris Spassky was a world champion at the time. Petrosyan was a former world champion, having lost the match to Spassky in 1969. So let's see, d4. So we have d4, d5, c4, dc4, Queen's Gambit Accepted, knight f3, knight f6, e3, e6, bishop c4, c5, castles, a6, black wants to develop in a natural way, b5, bishop b7, a4, white is stopping black, and this was considered for many years the main line of Queen's Gambit Accepted, or was played in a majority of the games. Knight c6. Black is waiting with taking on a d4, waiting for a white to play move queen e2 and then to take on d4, or to play move queen c2, queen c7. Can black immediately take on d4 to determine situation in center? Yes, he can. cd4, let's say d4, knight c6. But here a bit difference is that white will develop his rook to e1, let's say knight c3, bishop e7. We have here a different development, because obviously, I mean, if I want to develop a queen, black can consider taking this pawn, because it will not be easy for me to prove adequate compensation, but can also decide not to take a pawn and to normally develop. Anyhow, rook e1 is considered the main move. Castles. And I had actually 2 interesting games here. One played versus Vichy Anand in a Prague Eurotel knockout tournament, and the other one played in a World Championship in Tripoli against Simutova. This is, I think, I am from Africa. Against Anand, I played bishop g5. Bishop f4 is another move which I played these few years later in a Tripoli in a knockout World Championship. I got a small advantage, but it is not really clear, because knight d5, bishop g3. What do we have in this position? Pawn on a4 is on one hand doing a good job because you are preventing moves like b5. But on the other hand, black does have this square on b4 for his knight, and then black wants to develop by playing b6, bishop b7, or wants to sometimes develop by playing bishop d7, bishop c6. So here knight cb4, knight e5, b6, and okay, b6 here has, let's say, yeah, allows white, but also would be move bishop d7, allows white to go what I have mentioned before, to go for a pawn symmetry in a center, having some advantage. Knight d5, e d5, bishop b3, let's say bishop f5, queen f3, bishop e6, rook ac1. White is having advantage here because white has a strong knight, and okay, again we have this pawn structure, that this pawn on d4 cannot be attacked, or anyhow not anytime soon. And black pawn on d5 sort of can be a target. Knight on b4 has to cover c6 square, and let's say after rook c8, what is a clever way for white to improve here position? This is maybe useful to remember. I played here move rook c3. Because what's the point? Black needs to be worried about c-file, while at the same time black cannot take because, well, this knight would have no squares. So white is simply having long-lasting initiative in such a kind of position. I won game at the end, though after some mistakes from both sides, but white is having a long-lasting initiative here. In my game versus Anand, I played move bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, queen b6. Vishy decided to develop a bit different. Queen d2, rook to d8, rook a d1, queen a5. And here we have interesting situation because I decided, and it was a correct decision, that all white pieces are very well developed. And black yet has to develop, and here I decided what was not forced by any sort of means, but was a correct decision to go for a pawn break with d5. This is typical pawn break. The problem when you are playing a game is to actually kind of calculate it right, and to go there is for the right moment. So everybody knows that this is possible, and now in a number of games that will come, those last 3 games, this game and 2 more, such a kind of pawn break will occur. But timing is very important because it is of course tactical, and to have a good timing and to work it out right. So here in this case, it did work reasonably well. I pushed it, d5, because if knight d5, white takes knight d5 and white wins material, because bishop h4 needs to be played. You cannot do anything else, I mean, because you cannot take a queen, obviously, because there is first check and then grab a queen. So bishop h4 needs to be played, queen a5, knight a5, and now such a move, knight h4, would not bring black much of a headache. Black will simply take on d5 and then develop a bishop and have a good position. But knight b6 is now a headache because this rook is hanging. Knight c4, knight a8, and now problem for black is that actually this knight will get out. Knight b2 is probably a logical move because it eliminates a pawn and also protects this bishop on h4, which was hanging because you're attacking this rook on d1. But after rook d8, bishop d8, problem for black is that after rook c1 move, he gets a problem of bishop's activity, actually non-activity, bad positions of this bishop, not a great position of a knight, and the problem of a king. And now after bishop to d7, knight to e5, white is simply having winning advantage because bishop c6 is forced, knight c6, d6, rook c6. White is again threatening to win a bishop, to win a pawn, and white is simply winning. On d5, if e d5 instead, it is also very good for white because knight d5, rook d5, which is forced, or anyhow difficult to find a better move, because if knight d5 comes queen a5, knight a5, bishop e7, and here there are no moves. We have material equality, and black is going to lose some material, so very soon there will not be material equality. So e d5, knight d5, rook d5, bishop d5. We have here again this situation that pawn symmetry in center. but one side is much more active than the other. And here black can manage to get exchange back, but he gets mated in the process. So bishop b4, queen d3, bishop e1, bishop f6. G6, queen g6, and black is mated. Vishy played probably best move. He played move queen c5, queen e2. Positions opens up in center. What we have often with these breaks, but white is better developed. So white is somehow more ready for such a kind of transaction. ed5, bishop f6, bishop f6. Now white needs to be precise because knight e5 looks good but leads to just a small advantage after bishop f5, knight f6, gf6, rook c1, queen a5, because it is not so easy to take advantage of these pawn weaknesses. Of course white is better, but not much, because you cannot, get some kind of easy ideas with knight, because the knight can also come to d4. I played move rook d5, which is the best move. Queen f8, rook d8, bishop d8, queen e8. This position looks dreadful for black, but here actually Alan found a very good move. Only move, because bishop f7 looks like winning. It is a winning threat, and position looks completely winning, because you cannot oppose it hoping to just lose a pawn, because you will lose everything. Rook takes and we lose everything if pawn takes, bishop takes. But here black played only move, which is move g5, very strong move. And bishop f7, okay, white was better, had the pawn up, but black had the two bishops, and Anand managed to save this game. And he saved the draw. So this was some sort of, let's say, ideas coming in the case of cd4, ed4, knight c6, knight c3, bishop e7, when rook is developed to e1, and we have this typical pawn structure, which can be decided by this, where we have these pawn breaks, what we have in most of the games, this game and the other two, but also still a possibility also to play for this pawn symmetry in a center, forcing, let's say, in such a position, pawn symmetry, favorable pawn symmetry in a center, because again white is having here upper hand in this pawn symmetry. But now let us go back to the game. Knight c6, queen e2. Here Spassky took cd4. The other way to play the position was actually not to go for this isolated pawn in center and to play move queen c7. With the idea of knight c3 to play move bishop d6. Black is simply developing something which can resemble sometimes development in a Slav. Though then the knight will not be on c6, the knight will be on d7. Basically, black is postponing c takes d4 and thinks as long as he doesn't play c takes d4, this bishop cannot jump over a pawn. So move like bishop g5 will not happen. And if white takes dc5, bishop c5, we get some pawn. If you get this, we get some pawn symmetry position where it's difficult for white to get some advantage, because anytime if you want to push, you need to start calculating such a kind of moves. But here white probably has some advantage, because white can also wait for a black to take a decision while white has useful moves. I had here this position versus two great experts, with systems versus Rublevsky and versus Shirov, and I got some advantage with white, though both games finished as a draw. Bishop d2, castles, and here, for example, rook ac1 is one move which is logical, and let's say b6. Now there is a choice between taking on c5 or just developing bishop d3. Let's say taking on c5, dc5. Black now should be smart and take bc5, in order not to allow to white to try to build on development advantage. B takes c5 is a clever move, because now for white cannot take now use of this c file so easily. This pawn is a weakness on c5, but b2 pawn is also a weakness. So both sides have a weak pawns. Let's say h3, bishop e7. Rook fd1, rook fd8. It is important to notice that for a white it is a bit tricky, because it is not so simple to push this pawn, because then you always have to, if you push this pawn, you're surrendering a dark square. So I played move bishop e1, keeping situation intact, bishop h6. Also useful to notice is that both sides are playing useful moves, h3, h6, because you cannot push any pawns. I don't want to push my e-pawn because I will surrender a d4 square, and black doesn't want to push e5 because he will surrender d5 square, and this position is equal. Let's say bishop d3, knight e5, knight e5, bishop e5, f3. White would like to maybe to try to, at some moment, maybe achieve e4, to surrender d4 square, but block this bishop with a pawn chain, but not immediately, because knight h5 will follow. Here black played a very decent move, knight e5, knight e5. We traded some more pieces and game ended as a draw. This is my game versus Shirov in Sarajevo 2002. In my another game versus Rublevsky on b6, I played move bishop d3 because I wanted not to take, not to hurry to take, but to have this possibility to play move knight e4, almost like in a Maran, and to have this c-file pressure and to decide to take when I like. It does lead to little advantage for white. Bishop e7 happened, knight e4. Knight e4, bishop e4. Because white has a bit more useful moves. Queen e7, rook a d1, rook a c8, and now I decided to take on c5. Because now point is that if bc5, white is controlling squares. You don't have move knight e5. White here has control of the position and has simply better pieces. Can get also some threats to a black king. It should be recognized that many things are here basically working. Sorry, this diagonal, not this one. And the file and different kind of things. So Rublevsky took bishop c5, but white has some advantage here because there is no direct play. But white bishop is a little bit more useful. And rook fd8, bishop c3. The other bishop is also a little bit more active. h6. Here I played useful move knight d2, hoping to get some attack to the black king. Knight b4. Willing to trade active bishop. Bishop b7, queen b7, queen g4, playing on this king. f5. Queen c4. Well, white has some advantage because white's pawn structure is still intact, and black has something to worry about. Knight d5, queen b3, running away from this file. b5. Okay, knight f3. White is having some advantage due to the nature of due to the fact that this pawn is a weakness. If this pawn would have been back on f3, position would be completely equal. But it is not. And I had advantage. Rublevsky managed to save the game. Game was drawn at the end. On castle, next to building up this game slowly with rook a c1, white also has interesting idea to push d5 immediately. This is always, by the way, idea in this position for a white to try to change a pawn structure. So d5, let's say d5, knight d5, knight d5, bishop d5. White would like to try to use 4 versus 3, right? And also has this dominant bishop. Rook d8, h3. Again, useful move. Problem is e4 to protect the bishop is wrong because of bishop g4, and I have pushed e4. I have protected this bishop, but I gave away very important square. Not something what I want to give, because this spin is now happening. Knight is coming, maybe bishop is coming. I surrendered the dark squares in a center. So h3 is better move. But now I don't get the time to support the bishop. So bishop h2, eliminating my central bishop. Knight h2, rook d5, bishop c3, bishop e6, knight f3, rook a d8. This was a game Kramnik-Anand. And here Kramnik played a clever move, which is move a5. And white had some advantage because those 3 pawns, 2 pawns are holding those 3 pawns for the time being. Bishop is strong on c3. And okay, white still have 4 pawns versus 3. However, white's advantage is very small, and game ended as a draw. So this is just to give a little bit of insight if black is playing move bishop d6 and postponing to clean up the pawn structure in the center, postponing to define pawn structure in the center, postponing to enter this isolated pawn position. But then white should build up slowly, and white probably has some advantage in this type of position, some advantage due to better development. Okay, queen e2, cd4, rook d1. We don't want to sacrifice this pawn. Bishop e7. It was in some games tried, many games was tried move d3 to have a pawn symmetry in the center, but problem of a move like d3 is that indeed we would have 4 versus 4 and 2 versus 2, but white has development advantage in this position. White has castled already. After all, black still has a king on e8, and white was scoring very well in these positions. Due to development advantage, white is better. So bishop e7, ed4, now we get isolated pawn in center. Castle, knight c3. Now we get this isolated pawn in center, and knight to d5. Black should be a little bit careful, because if black wants to immediately develop, black needs to then calculate. Black has problems because white can open it up. And then the position opens up, but one side is better developed than the other, and therefore is immediately having very serious advantage. So black plays move knight to d5 in order to stop this kind of push. And here Petrosyan plays the main move, which is move queen e4. Some other moves can be also played here, and they are interesting moves. For example, one move is bishop d2. A useful move. Bishop f6, queen e4. White would like to combine somehow play on a king with the central pressure. Knight cb4, h4. Idea is to combine those different kind of elements. Bishop d7, which is a strong move. Why? Because if white takes a pawn, bishop d5, Black gets strong compensation, let's say d5, knight d5, knight d5, queen d5, bishop c6. Here black has excellent compensation. Because queen d8 probably, rook d8. This bishop is well placed. This bishop is well placed. Black is at least okay. I play move bishop g5, bishop c6, queen g4. Problem for white is that white does not have enough ammunition for a kingside attack. And black is actually harmoniously developed. Here black played bishop g5, hg5. If white would be to move here, white would jump and white would have some pressure. But black here cleverly liquidates everything. Knight c3, bc3, bishop f3, queen f3, knight d5, and we have equal game. White does not have enough pieces on black king. This was game I was white. Erik van den Doel, Dutch Grandmaster, was a black. It was played in Dutch Championship in Leeuwarden 2002. Game finished as a draw. The other plan is to play move bishop d3, aiming at black king. We have something interesting here, one plan for white, which I would like to show. That's why I will show this line. Knight c before, bishop e1. Okay, this is another plan for white, because look, when bishop is on c4, white is predominantly aiming either to take on d5, moment when black will take e d5, and then to have this pawn structure change, so pawn symmetry in the center, which is white is having upper hand. Or to be ready to have a pawn break, right? With bishop, as long as the bishop is on c4. If white brings bishop to d3, knight b4, bishop b1, white is now aiming for an attack on a black king. There is no longer going to be a pawn break. There is no longer going to be upper hand pawn symmetry, because black can always take with a piece. But how does white get this kind of attack? For example, one way is bishop b1, b6, knight e5, bishop e7. Typical way for white to get attack here is to play move rook a3. Because if this rook swings, white is going to be attacking with all his pieces. And we might be talking attackers and defenders. Question can be, why rook a3? Why not first, let's say, knight e4? I'm improving position of my knight, and now I would like to play move rook a3 and to do all this stuff. Well, on knight e4, black has very strong move, which you should try to remember, because it often is possible in this kind of position. Usually it comes as a surprise to white. And if it works very well. This is move f5. Black is consciously creating his own pawn weakness. But situation is not so simple for white, because first of all, now this knight needs to go. This knight on d5 will remain strong. Bishop is a monster. This bishop is suddenly killed, right? Is hitting on this pawn. There is no diagonal, there is nothing. This pawn is stopping it. And now after, let's say, knight c3, rook c8, suddenly black has strong initiative. Because now, let's say, if rook a3, though there is no, it's difficult to create attack, but let's say rook a3, hoping to maybe take and to move a rook, because problem is that if you, let's say, take, I can take by queen, but I can also take by knight if I want, because full control. But okay, taking by queen, threatening mate is basically should be the best move, because now you don't have a good ways to stop it. And rook a3 runs into tactical blunder. Let's say knight c2. Bishop c2 is simply losing an exchange, because if pawn takes, I take, and if knight takes on d5, queen d5, threat is a mate. So it doesn't work. And if a move like, let's say, rook a2, knight cb4 would be a move repetition, which would be quite good for white. But well, sadly for white, black here has tactical solution. And tactical solution is knight takes d4. Because problem is that rook d4 is losing to knight c3, hitting a queen, bc3, queen takes d4. And suddenly back rank decides cd4, rook c1, queen f1, rook f1, queen f1, and king f1, and black is simply a pawn up in descending and should win. So on knight d4, maybe queen e1 can move, but then knight b3. And simply look at this position. Black is a pawn up. White is having this hopeless rook, this hopeless bishop. This all happened in a game between Malanyuk and Yakovich in Moscow 1992, which black won. On bishop b1, for example, if move bishop d7, because here, like I said, bishop b1, b6, knight e5, bishop e7, rook a3, white has good attacking play. We don't have too many games here, but this is what white should do. And not play knight e4 too early, because then he's hit with f5. Here white is having very nice play. We have an old game of Spassky, where he also managed to create attack on a king side. Spassky was white in that game that was played versus Pachman in Manila Interzonal Tournament 1976. In that game of bishop b1, black played move bishop d7, because like I mentioned, this bishop belongs on this diagonal. That's for sure. But it is possible to develop it by playing move b6 and bishop b7, and it is also possible to develop it by playing move bishop d7, knight e5, bishop c6. Because it is good to notice that, let's say, if white takes, black here most of the time takes back with a pawn, because black has a file, and those knights are actually coordinating very well. It is difficult for white to prove that those pawns are weak. Usually white plays their move like a5, at least not to allow black to play move a5, to have this knight defended, but black is doing well in these kind of situations. So in this type of position, knight e4 trying to create attack is kind of, let's say, clever thing for white. So, and I would like to show some ways how quickly black can come in trouble. Let's say knight e4. Let's say rook c8. Now this white plan of a rook lift is working to its perfection. Rook a3. Let's say if knight f6, white has this typical simple sacrificing motive. Knight f6, bishop f6, bishop h7, which simply mates. King h7, queen h5, king g8, rook h3, and mate. But okay, this is a little bit of a wishful thinking for white, that black would now play move knight f6 and really run into this sort of mate. f6, hitting one of the knights, okay, might make sense, but then queen h5. And then let's say g6 loses to knight g6. fe5 runs into very nice mate. Can you spot a mate here? Because to remind you, knight f6 is not a mate because knight f6 protects everything. Queen h7 wins. Because you cannot take by king because of double check. King h8 a checkmate. And if king f7, then knight d6. Now this bishop is coming into action. Bishop takes is a forced move. Bishop g6. King f6 because you cannot run because it's a mate. So king f6, bishop g5. King g5, and now it's a checkmate. King is now lured to open in order to... So bishop is actually sacrificed. Why? Because queen h4, king takes g6. So this bishop, if this bishop is protected, king h4 is a checkmate. So sacrificing a bishop, king has to go to g5. Now rook g3, king f6, queen h4, and the checkmate. In this game of Spassky, on move knight e4, his opponent did not play rook c8, which allows this rook a3, plays move knight f6. Now he wants to trade it because, like what we were mentioning, for example, in such a position, you cannot play move knight f6 because you run into white's wishful thinking. On knight e4, with rooks on a8 and 8-1, you can play move knight f6. Knight f6, bishop f6, because now bishop h7 leads to nowhere, because rook cannot jump from a1 to h3. So now rook a3, bishop takes h7 is a threat, g6. Bishop h6, rook e8. Rook g3. This is another typical attack which we often see in those kind of positions, isolated pawn position. This happened in a game between Spassky and Pachman in Manila 1976. You can have a look at this game in a database to kind of try to find it. What does black have? Black has full control of the d5 square. Knight is well placed on b4. What does white have? Well, white is having some kind of attacking pieces. Look, there are many kind of pieces attacking this king. Black needs to be worried about different kind of sacrifices, which may happen. Let's say, I don't know, I can maybe play queen and then to try to sacrifice on g6, or move the queen to g4. Maybe to, and then if this queen goes away, maybe to push h4, or even if it doesn't go away, because on bishop h4 there is going to be rook h3 and some threats along the file, and then to continue pushing this pawn towards to weaken pawn defenses around the king. So this is, for example, typical position. White is going to get attack, black is having all those positional trumps. Okay, let us get back to our game, because in our game, white played move queen. By the way, bishop d3 is very demanding move, because after knight to b4, bishop b1, you are playing for this attack. But you know that black is going to be very strong in the center, so this is very risky move. Queen e4 is less risky move because it is still maintaining some attacking potential, though you have to be careful when queen comes to g4. You have this bishop here, and a move like e5, motives may happen. But with queen e4, you are combining attack to this king, and you're also combining pressure on d5. So queen e4 is, let's say, more balanced move, combining different kind of plans. Queen e4, knight cb4. Knight f6, harassing a white queen, did lead to a number of pre-arranged draws. After queen h4, knight d5, queen e4, knight f6, we have seen a number of prearranged draws, which some time ago was called Grandmaster draws. Nowadays they repeat this like 3 times, just like we have it in some other openings. And then they can agree to a draw because, okay, it is threefold repetition. We have it a lot, especially on these internet knockout events, but also some other events. Problem for black is that after knight f6, queen h4, knight d5, white also can decide to be ambitious and to play for a win with queen g3. And we have here a few examples which I would like to show some, which are interesting. King h8, bishop b3, because here white is combining central pressure with attack on a king. Probably here knight cb4 is a best move because you are controlling d5 square and you're also controlling c2 square, so this bishop cannot join attack so easily. Knight a5 is asking this bishop to move. Bishop a2. White is hitting on a d5, so he has a possibility to basically force a pawn structure change at the moment that white considers to be favorable for him. But this bishop can also maybe join attack. Here black took knight c3 because black simply did not see how to develop, because you cannot really move a bishop and white can force this favorable trade anytime. So knight c3, bc3, bishop d7, bishop f4. White can here play for attack, rook c8, hitting pawn, and this pawn, okay, is something that black needs to basically worry about, because white needs to worry about one day it can be taken. Bishop b1, sacrificing a pawn on c3. Rook c3. Okay, has to grab it, otherwise why did he play move rook c8? And now we have d5. Pawn break in the center. White wants to open up position. We will see many of those pawn breaks in those games, based on the fact that white is better developed. ed5, bishop e5, hitting on the rook. Bishop f6, defending. Bishop c3, bishop c3. It may look at the first glance that black is actually not doing so bad, because black has a bishop and 2 pawns for a rook. But here white energetically basically wins the game, or gets a big advantage with move knight g5, because bishop a1 is losing to a well-known trick. Queen h4, h6, knight f7, and queen is falling. So bishop f6 back is necessary, and here, for example, knight h7. Again, rook e8 is necessary because this is simply going to lose. You cannot take a knight because queen h4 and queen h7 mate. And rook e8, let's say knight f6, queen f6, rook a3. White is here a sound exchange up because he eliminated black bishop pair and collected important pawn on h7, taking a pawn and also weakening white king, having a sound exchange up, I mean having a large advantage in such kind of position. Another interesting example of knight f6, queen h4, knight d5. We have in one game between one game which was played in the 70s. For example, knight f6, queen g3. Changing a mind this way, not willing to make a draw. So you can go queen g3 with the knight on f6. You can also go queen g3 with knight on d5. So here queen g3 is played with the knight on f6. Knight h5, black is really eager to make a draw. And after queen g4, knight f6 will be even able to claim it. but white is in a mood to fight. Queen h3, knight f6. Okay, now finally queen is not under attack. Bishop g5, knight b4, queen g3 back. Well, now this move is obviously not achieving a draw. This is kind of clear. Or I can even maybe first take. No, but queen, then simply queen h4. So queen g3, rook e8. Bishop g5, knight b4, queen g3, rook e8. Knight e5. Now we have this typical situation that white wants to attack on a king side and black wants to hang onto this d5 square. Let's say bishop h6, bishop f8, rook ac1, b6. Black wants to play move bishop b7. Simply to develop bishop b7, rook c8, while on a king side, black is saying, okay, I am for a time being defending everything, bring extra attacking pieces, which is not easy. This weakens square b6, weakens c6 square, and allow white's motive, which usually works in these kind of positions. For example, probably bishop d7 to try to put bishop to c6 was maybe better idea here. b6. Now white can force a favorable symmetry in center, so he can take on d5, and we will get position that that pawn structure is changing and white is having favorable situation. E takes d5, because the problem is if you take with a knight on d5, you are weakening, you have this c6 square, which you have in this kind of position. So he took, therefore he took e d5, because otherwise you are weakening this square, which you don't want to do here. E d5, bishop e3, bishop e6, let's say h3. White is having some advantage here. Rook c8, and here in the game played, white played rook c8, queen c8, bishop f4, queen b7, knight g4, had some advantage. But probably the best for white was just like in my game versus Simutove, but I was showing to play, let's say, move like rook c3. Like saying, well, if you ever want to take, I take back by pawn. And if not, I'm disturbing you on this c file. And now let's say f6, knight g4. White is here having some advantage because white has pressure. You cannot take a bishop because knight f6 will happen and it will not end well for black, for example. Such a things you don't want. Too many things are now hanging. King is weak, there is a pin, so you don't want to do that. But on the other hand, white is having a pressure because you never want to take because of bc3. If you want to leave, you're under pressure. But okay, this is just some ideas if black wants to make a draw, just to show that black, it is not exactly that black is making a draw. So knight cb4. Knight e5. And now Spassky played move rook a7. He would love to play move b6 to develop his bishop. You may ask what is wrong with the move b6. Well, then again, you have the fact that this square matters. And you can do it in a tactical way with white, and this is useful to know for people who want to play this position with either color. White has here a little tactic working for him in a move knight c6. Black has to take, Because if knight c3, white is simply better. Knight c3, queen c3, knight e7, queen e7, bc3. Knight does not have a square, so bishop b7 is only move not to lose a piece. Queen g4. Now again, black needs to be smart, because you can move a knight, but okay, if you move a knight, now the problem is I have this move, and if you move a queen, okay, I'm better here, because queen moves bishop d3, but also I have moved bishop g5. Also advantage this way, because if you play f6, you weaken yourself. This is now not the same situation. And if you play move knight f6, you are under pin. So queen g4, rook fc8, hitting a bishop, trying to have this active defense, but now bishop g5. And then again, white is here having advantage, because it's not so easy for black. You don't want to play f6 because this pawn is hanging. On the other hand, okay, if you play some move like queen f8, I can simply play for attack. If I want to, I can also move my queen back, and simply white is having here promising position, because this is not a standard hanging pawn in a center, hanging pawns in a center position. Because let's say that you move a knight, this pawn is also basically a weakness. You would maybe prefer even to have this pawn back to a7, though then you need to calculate moves like a5. This pawn is going to come to c4. Simply white is going to have a pressure here. So knight c6 is considered a problem for black. And if black takes knight c6, knight d5, e5 is simply losing a pawn. A bishop d5 will get a piece back and be a pawn up. And if let's say bishop g4, it is here important not to play move like rook e1, because it leads to equality. After bishop d7, bishop c6, bishop c6, queen c6, queen d4, because of a back rank problem you cannot take anything. But f3, bishop d7, bishop c6, bishop c6, queen c6, rook c8, let's say queen e4, bishop e4. Black activity is very temporary. Let's say bishop e3, rook e8, queen d3, and white is simply sound pawn up. If on knight d5, black plays, let's say, bishop to b7, white takes knight e7, queen e7, and then we have again, let's say, a pawn break in center. If black was here to move, and black would play move knight b4 and be very happy. But white is to move, and this pawn break works for white. d5, knight a5 is a blunder because of bishop d3, threatening mate, g6, bishop h6. Look, it is very important to keep momentum in such a kind of position. And now let's say rook e8 threatens mate, e5, and queen b6. Move like knight b4 on d5. So d5, knight b4 also is not solving a problem because of queen e2. It is a pin. Very important, so you cannot grab a pawn. Rook a d8, trying to grab a pawn, let's say d6. Rook d1, check, queen d1, f e6, bishop e3. White is better because black is having some weaknesses. White has pair of bishops, safe king. White has advantage. On knight d5, rook a7 looks like a smart move, because now if you take, I would simply take. There is no pawn break here, and bishop b7 is going to come. And then later this bishop is going to move, rook is going to be active. or moving rook first to d7 and then bishop e7. But here again, if rook a7, it is important to keep this momentum, because like I said, knight e7, black will equalize. And if I try to be smart with a move like bishop g5, then queen d7 can come. Let's say bishop e7, queen e7, d5, but now it is different. E d5, bishop d5, white has this strong piece, but doesn't have enough pieces to support it, because to have this powerful piece in a center, you also need other active pieces to support it. Now, for example, queen f6, and black is gradually going to equalize. But on rook a7, bishop d3 is keeping the momentum, because now you need to protect the king, and you don't want to weaken yourself with move like g6. And if f5, knight e7, let's say queen to e7, white has a pressure here, because e6 is more weak than d4. If black had, let's say, moved bishop c8 to d5, okay, then black would be doing very well, but this move is illegal. So those are, let's say, tactical moments in the position that bother black, that does not make b6 with bishop to b7 easy equality, because after knight c6, white keeps on having pressure, and this is known in a theory. That's why Spassky played here move rook a7. Bishop b3. Moving bishop away and making possible knight takes d5, favorable pawn symmetry in a center anytime that white wants to. Is queen g4 also possible? It is. It is possible. Let's say king h5, because king h8, because I have a threats, like I would like to develop my initiative. Move like f5 does not equalize because of queen f3. And now b6 following on the plan. Now problem is again light squares. Anytime black in those positions play moves like b6, he has to take into account some kind of tactics. And here it's working after knight d5, e d5. Bishop b3 keeps pressure, but knight c6 is really good, because now this pawn on f5 and this diagonal is coming very unhandy for black. Let's say queen to d7, knight takes to e7, queen e7, and now important part, we don't want to take this pawn, because if we take this pawn, okay, black will probably equalize, because we have these opposite color bishops. Rook is going to go. White is a little bit behind in development. Bishop b3 will come, or bishop d5, depending a bit where is white going to go. Let's say if I move a queen, rook moves. I cannot push because it is a blunder. I have king weakness. But black problem is that I am not greedy. White would like to be greedy at his own choice. After a move like bishop b3, white is having very serious advantage, because he wants to play bishop d2 to hit his knight and then to grab a pawn. He wants to play rook e1, rook e5, taking advantage that this pawn is on f5. White is having here very large advantage. So on queen g4, king h8 is the best move. Probably queen h5. I'm here trying to show that white can combine attack on a king with a central pressure. This is also what Petrosian will do in a little bit different way. And now let's say on queen e8. Now again we can have this favorable central pawn symmetry. White can, like in many other cases, change a pawn structure in the center, because black wants to play f6 here. Black has covered everything. Black cannot play this immediately because, okay, he will lose exchange. But now black is ready for it. But now white can take on d5. Knight d5, e d5, bishop d3, bishop knight d3, and now a very important move, knight d3. Because if I would play rook d3, okay, f6 forces a queen trade, and here you don't have a favorable symmetry because you have this bishop and you have this stupid pawn. But here you take by knight. Let's say b6, rook e8. We have here pawn structure transformation, rook e1, but white has some advantage because of this file, because of this pawn. Yes, I also have this lousy bishop and a lousy pawn, but e-file also is worth something. So here white is having some sort of pressure. White is here having advantage. And okay, it is not so simple for a black. To take a pawn with a d5, white should not hurry about. Here it is more important to maintain a pressure. But Petrosyan, he played move bishop to b3. Knight f6. In the case of b6, white can now play this move knight d5, transforming advantage, because you have to again take with the pawn. You cannot take by knight, obviously, because you blunder exchange. And then again we have this pawn symmetry, let's say favorable pawn symmetry, because knight is strong, pawn is weak, bishop d2 is a threat. A move like f6 hitting the knight does not work because of non-tactics, winning a pawn. And if not f6, and f6 is a blunder, bishop d2 is coming, white is having a pressure. So that's why on move bishop b3, Spassky played move knight f6, hitting a queen, queen h4, and now he played move b6, willing to play move bishop b7 and to develop. Or maybe first rook c7 and then bishop to b7, maybe. But we will see that Petrosyan will skillfully keep initiative. Queen g3. Okay, bishop h6 can be coming. And is coming. Black would love something like this. But this is not so easy to arrange, because I don't know, if you move a rook, this is going to be a headache, because you cannot hit my queen, because now it's not clear what you play. Black doesn't have a good move here. On the other hand, move like knight e8, well, then we can get something very similar like to game, and this rook will be unhandy. If king h8, moving away from bishop h8, it makes a lot of sense. But now bishop e3 is a headache. Because rook c7, then if we play rook c7 and we want bishop e7, then we have again a pawn break. Because white is more ready for a pawn break, and okay, if you take, simply winning exchange. And on the other hand, if bishop b7, then again we have a pawn break favoring white, because suddenly this rook is pinned. If black had here only one move, he will do very well. But he needs first bishop b7 to cover c6 square, otherwise white has, for example, if you jump, I can again take. You cannot take by knight because it blunders exchange. You have to take back by pawn, and now I have favorable pawn symmetry in center because white is much more ready. Knight is a problem, pawn is a problem, knight is strong. Simply white has here strong pressure. If black plays move bishop e7 to cover everything, he does, but he has this stupid bishop hitting its own pawn and stupid rook. And if bishop e7, now d5 is strong. We have again this break. Knight b d5, and now what is the move? a5 is the move. And this pin leads to very clear advantage for white in such a kind of position. So Spassky played move bishop b7, and after bishop h6 he played move knight e8, seemingly covering everything. But here Petrosyan is going to prepare this central pawn break because he is better developed. So he played move rook a1. Could he do d5 immediately? He was certainly considering it, but it is less clear. Petrosyan wanted to place his last piece, to develop his last piece. And we will see this is important because in some positions, some moves like rook c7 will be important. He wanted to develop his last piece before going for central break. If immediate d5, black takes knight d5. By the way, it is good to know that usually if you can with a black take by piece, it is better idea. Because in such a positions you are always allowing even some moves like rook d4. Hitting on a knight and being ready to transfer the rook. Let's suppose that you attack me, then being ready to transfer the rook. Or being ready to go for some business like this, because how to defend, not easy. Many things can be a problem here. Let's say if you go away with the queen, it is not like that you defend, because I have some ideas like this: knight takes, bishop takes, and then okay, still there are some problems here. Now queen b8 is not winning because you have some move like knight c6, but I don't need to basically maybe hurry. I can still bother your queen, and I'm not forced by any sort of means to play bishop g7. I can play move rook g4. This is simply kind of ideas. So it is better to take knight d5. If rook d4, bishop f6, obviously. Something which you cannot do here because knight is hanging. But here if rook d4, bishop f6. Bishop d6 is less good because I can take knight d5, bishop d5, bishop d5. Let's say bishop d5, queen d5. E d5, rook d5. And a rook d7, queen d7, bishop e3. Well, this is hanging and you still need to somehow develop. But bishop f6 is good enough because now it's possible. That's why it's important to take by knight. And if on knight d5, if a knight d5, e d5, rook d4, again bishop f6, it is important that this knight is not hanging. Let's say rook e1. Now probably best for black is to be active. Black wants to jump. And if bishop d5, queen e7. Black now again is ready to jump. He is even pinning white, so d5 is premature here. Petrosyan played move rook a1. Not easy for a black. And black decides now to play move king h8. Forcing white to take a decision with idea on bishop e3 to play move knight f6. And then finally to put the blockading piece on a d5. But here Petrosyan calculates it very well, and he plays in a very dynamic style d5, sacrificing tempo, going for temporary pawn sacrifice. There was always a joke from these generation players, because I did know some of them. Like I never met Petrosyan, but I did meet Smyslov, Bronstein, Tal, Korchnoi, Geller, and they all had a joke like, if Tal sacrifices you something, take it and defend yourself. If Petrosyan sacrifices you something, even a pawn, be very careful, you are probably in a deep trouble. And this is what is happening here. Spassky took ed5. You may wonder why not to take by knight, because I was trying to explain that it makes more sense to take by knight if you can. Well, here the problem is that after knight d5 you are forced to take by pawn, because bishop takes is obviously losing to knight c6, or bishop d5, ed5, knight c6. And if ed5, now we see the advantage of this rook on c1, because here white has a beautiful move, rook c7. Beautiful move. Threat is, okay, threat is to hit a queen and to win a piece. Queen c7 is losing to bishop g7, because now knight g7 and queen is no longer defended. Knight f7, rook f7, queen c7. And if g takes h6, indeed, rook d7. Queen cannot go away, because if queen goes away, this position is utterly hopeless. And this is pin, simply terrible position. And if bishop h4, trying to somehow be clever, because now black is a piece up and black is hitting a queen and wants to get out. Now problem is that after rook d8, bishop g3, hg3, we are having a deadly pin. This rook is hopeless, and we don't have a good moves here. You cannot try to unpin, because, okay, this is, we are having double attacks. And if king g7, nevertheless rook d7, now we don't have a double attack, but we have now, look, with king g7, black has solved one pin, but he got into another deadly pin, because how to solve it? This rook is very powerful. Knight f6, rook e7. Simply this rook is pinning black here. This rook cannot move because he's pinned here. Despite being a pawn down, black is here completely lost, cannot move any single piece. Can white improve? Oh yes, white can very easily improve, let's say rook c1, rook c7. Black cannot push this pawn, because then this bishop opens. I mean, if black pushes, okay, bishop is getting open. So black is completely lost here. On d5, black took ed5. It doesn't look like at first sight that black is in such a bad shape, because, okay, bishop is hanging, black took a pawn. There are no threats like rook d4, rook g4, because this bishop is hanging, but Petrosyan correctly saw that now this rook is in a bad shape. If this rook was on a8, black's situation would be okay. But problem is that there is going to be a deadly pin, or unpleasant pin. And here, bishop e3. Threat is a5. Move like bishop c5 loses to tactical knight d5. In this tactical position, somehow white is much more ready. So bishop c5 loses to knight d5, bishop d5, Rook c5. All the pieces are wrong. bc5, bishop c5. If this stupid king was now back on g8, situation would be different, but it's not. Because now all these pieces are hanging. And let's say knight to f6, bishop a7. Well, white is a pawn up and has initiative. Spassky played move rook a8. That's why I said if this rook would have been on a8, not to have been on a7, situation would be okay. But now what is the problem? Problem is that white is to move. And Petrosyan keeps the dynamics a very powerful play. Normally, people do not expect from Petrosyan to keep such a dynamics, but actually what people underestimate that he was fantastic tactician. And we see this in this game. Knight c4. Keeping a pressure on b6. Knight d6. Hoping to unpin on the file and demand a decision. Problem is if knight f6, after knight b6, rook b8, a5, black is in a completely hopeless situation because this knight is paralyzing black. This pawn is a weakness, bishop f4 is a threat. A move like bishop c5 is again losing to very nice tactics. Now tactics comes from this side, knight a5. And after ba5, bishop c5, rook g8, bishop e4, ab4, knight e5. Position again sort of transformed. We have again situation which we saw already in a couple of times in these isolated pawn situations. Pawn symmetry, but one side is having strong piece in the center, supported by very harmonious pieces. The other side is having terrible development and totally disorganized pieces. So white is here simply having a winning advantage. Spassky played move knight to d6, bishop b6, queen b8, knight a5. Petrosyan wants to go for a bishop pair because later d5 pawn will fall. Knight e3 was also strong, hitting this pawn immediately. Because after, let's say, rook c8, defending a pawn because of a pin, bishop d4 is very strong. And then after, let's say, move like, because I could not take immediately because rook d8 will happen and bishop will hang. Well, bishop d4, bishop f8, now knight cd5. White is simply sound pawn up and is having initiative. So knight a5 was played. Threats are terrible. One threat is simply to take and then to take. Or to take with the bishop first. Or simply to take and to play move a5 and then to take on d5. Black played here a move knight f5, hoping that trading queens will bring him some salvation in ending. But it will not, because queen b8, rook b8, knight b7, rook b7, and just like I said that in this position threat was knight b7, queen b7, a5, supporting the bishop and then collecting a pawn with either bishop or a knight, probably with knight. Same thing is happening here on knight f5. Queen b8, rook b8, knight b7, rook b7, a5. Bishop is well protected. This pawn is hanging. Bishop g5, hoping for some counterplay, but rook b1. d4, only move, otherwise simply knight takes. Knight d5. Problem for black here, amongst other things, is that this pawn is also hanging. So actually this is not solving anything, because this pawn is a chronic weakness. And also this pawn is not going anywhere. My pawns are going somewhere, because this bishop is very strong, controlling the promotion square. So knight d5, knight c6. Attack continues. Look, these bishops are cooperating fantastically. Now knight does not have a good square. You cannot jump because you lose a piece. But question is, where would you go? You cannot go, let's say, to e7, because I can even take. Simple chess. And then bishop c6, bishop e4. Or simply g4. There are so many moves here. Let's say bishop moves, rook moves, even some simple chess. Knight moves, takes. There is no knight f3, there is nothing, it is just pawn up for nothing. There are probably some other solutions too. Rook c8 was played. f4. Bishop goes away, will be deadly pin. So knight c7. Trying to defend tactically. Problem is, king is in a checkmate. So Petrosian here plays the most precise move, rook bc1. You cannot take anything because king is in a mate. Rook cb8. And now white goes for executions. He's actually doing all this execution, but now he simplifies the position into easily one simple ending. fg5, knight d5, bishop c6. Black has to give exchange, because you cannot hope for a salvation here, because simply your knight d3, bishop b7, knight d1. This is very simple solution. Rook c8, bishop c8, and knight is hanging, pawn is hanging. Also, bishop a6 is winning, because knight is hanging, pawn is promoting. Same story, doesn't really matter, many moves win here. Rook b6, a b6, knight d3. Now, if black here could play few moves, let's say pawn would be on g6 and he could take rook b6, maybe he would survive with those two knights. But he cannot. b7. Ensuring that pawn stays on b7. Bishop d7 was also winning because on knight d1, bishop f5, knight e3, b7. Combination of a strong pawn and king in a checkmate. Like I said, in such a position, if this pawn would have had been on g6, many things would be solved, would be different. But they are not, because, okay, this king is in a checkmate. b7, knight takes d1, rook d1, g6, finally, but now g4. This pawn will be lost, and this pawn is going to live. Knight g7, pawn cannot be taken, just to mention. So knight g4, knight g7, rook d4, knight e6, rook d7, and black here resigned. Simply there is no way, there is a strong pawn, which is actually extra pawn, a strong rook, and there is no counterplay. Probably king g7 is the only move. Bishop d5 is easy win. If knight goes away, pawn is falling. If knight takes, well, nothing is changing. Let's say h4. I want to take. Or, if I prefer to queen, I can also decide to queen. Also not so bad. So basically after rook d7, black resigned. It was great game by Petrosian, combining attack on a king with a central pawn break and excellent execution, precision, simply really a very good game. And then last two games we are also going to see this d5 pawn break when one side, the side with the attacking pawn, with the isolated pawn, is sacrificing this pawn on d5 in order to give dynamics to its pieces behind. And those two games will be one game of Kramnik, which resembles very much this game of Petrosyan, and one game of Kasparov. We will continue with the game from with the games from a Queen's Gambit Accepted. This will be game Kramnik Anand, played in Dortmund Super Tournament 2001, and this game will have to do with a pawn sacrifice on d5, similar to what Petrosyan did. Kramnik will also sacrifice this pawn, and we will see a couple of other games with this thematic pawn sacrifice, when white sacrifices pawn on d5, just like Petrosyan did versus Spassky, in order to disrupt black development and to create possibilities for himself. So let's see. d4. We have Queen's Gambit Accepted, like I said, d4, d5, c4, bc4, knight f3, e6, c3, knight f6, bishop c4, c5, castle, a6, and here Kramnik did not play like in Petrosyan Spassky. We had here move a4, Kramnik plays move bishop b3. Also one of the often played moves which was very popular at the time. And here around, black does not need to necessarily go for isolated pawn position. Black does not necessarily need to take on d4. Also here black can take like what Anand did, but let's say b5 is also a move. Black has tried different things here, but black took cd4, ed4, knight c6, and we have this isolated pawn on center already structured. Knight c3, bishop e7, bishop g5. In a PGN of a book, in a PGN you would see also move rook e1, which was in a game Kramnik-Hübner and in a game Kramnik-Anand, other game Kramnik-Anand. At some stage, Kramnik and Anand, they had a couple of games in a Queen's Gambit Accepted. In most of them, actually, Kramnik sacrificing this pawn on d5 and winning them. Kramnik had quite a good score in this internal thema match. So here, bishop g5. Castles, and here we have an interesting situation, because usual way for white to develop in these positions is like, let's say, rook e1, what will be played, maybe a3, queen d3, bishop e3, provoking move g6, and then maybe h4, then trying to stage an attack, while at the same time black will try to hang on to this strong d5 outpost, preferably playing moves like b5, bishop to b7, rook c8, knight a5, knight c4. This is, let's say, this typical kind of play. Also in a game Petrosyan-Spassky, I did show similar examples. But here Kramnik played interesting move, queen d2, which was a novel idea in the time. Because here it's obvious that this battery queen d3, bishop c2 is never going to come. So what does white really want? Well, white actually wants to be able to place this queen to f4 and then maybe to h4. The move is also having its advantage that it's not so simple now to chase this bishop away, because if you play move h6, well, then black can sometimes play move bishop f4 and be ready to sacrifice it. So here in this game, Anand played move knight a5. Black has tried different moves here, so let's see what happens if black plays h6, which is, let's say, thematic move. Well, there was game Gelfand-Shirov, but it was a rapid game though, from 2000 in New Delhi. Well, Gelfand played bishop f6, bishop f6, rook a d1, hoping that he will create some pawn break, or that he will manage to create some sort of weaknesses. But here it will turn out that black will do quite well. Bishop c2, b5. In general, I'm not fond with the white to give this bishop on f6 unless there is really some very good reason for it. So okay, we had here, of course, very strong player doing this World Championship Challenger Gelfand. So rook a d1, knight a5, bishop c2, b5, b3, ugly move, but okay, white wants to limit this knight from jumps, because with the b5, knight is protected. So, for example, this move blunders a piece, obviously, because you talk this double attack. But on the other hand, after b5, let's suppose that I play move rook e1, this move is a possibility. Queen d3, g6. Okay, I have to now worry about these moves like knight b2. That's why Gelfand played move b3, not to think about this. Bishop b7, knight e4. Decent decision, because you bring extra piece in play, and you do have a threat. You do have a very strong threat in a move knight f6, because you cannot take back by queen, because queen needs to protect the knight. But rook c8. Now knight f6, queen f6. Problem is that bishop is hanging. So rook c8, bishop b1. Now knight f6 is again a threat. Black correctly plays bishop e4. Bishop e4, knight c6. Okay, here we have actually isolated pawn in center position, where white does not get kind of activity which he would like to, and also is not easy for white to, let's say, find some kind of brilliant way here. In the game, a rook f1 was played. Okay, this is something which makes sense. However, maybe it was a time for white to realize that he's not really having advantage, and maybe to consider bailing out with a d5 in some sort of equality. But I am not so sure, because it's not obvious, let's say, if this is equality. Maybe black can even get some optimistic ideas with some tactics like knight d4. And then if you take knight d4, I take queen d5. You cannot play bishop f7, because rook f7, knight d4, rook d7 pins, or something like this. Gelfand played move rook e1. Knight e7. Shirov now doesn't allow this push. Bishop e1. Knight e5, queen d3, g6. White does not have here enough attacking potential. It would have been for white much better deal if this pawn was on b2, so that c3 square is not weak, and maybe this pawn on a3, so that bishop a2 was possible move. This is something which is obviously not possible here, and due to this weakness, black is simply having some advantage. On h6, bishop h4 is a logical move, but okay, now black probably gets good game after knight a5, because white cannot do what Kramnik did, let's say bishop c2, b5. And now queen d3 can be played, but this was not idea of a Kramnik. Then queen d2 was not necessary move. Though white can focus on this, because fact that pawn is on h6 is causing square g6 to be easy hit. So let's say on g6, knight e5. Okay, and now black needs to worry about this sacrifice. So a bishop h4 is possible move. It is not on one hand, white does not have this idea which Kramnik played, but on the other hand, if white gets this battery and move g6 needs to be played, there are going to be some extra sacrifices based on the fact that pawn is on h6, not on h7, and the g6 square is vulnerable. On h6, also very interesting move is bishop f4. Why did white spend this time? Well, white spent this time because now what is hanging in the air is a move like bishop h6 at some stage. So rook e8, let's say rook a d1, bishop f8. Now black is safe because black has protected this sacrifice, but white has much more pieces in play and probably has here serious pressure. Let's say knight e5, knight e7, queen d3, knight d5, those are very logical moves. Bishop c1. Of course, there is always possibility like knight d5. Because in the case of e d5, we have this again, this pawn symmetry in center, white having advantage. But here, what is the good way for white to proceed? It is always good if this knight can control vulnerability of c6 square, and this here can be achieved by the move bishop a4, b5, bishop c2, and this knight is dominant. White has advantage here. White has very nice battery. White has very nice advantage here. White can even sometimes consider here some plans like f3, g4, h4, g5. Some sort of prime attack. And if knight d5, knight d5, okay, white can now provoke move f5, bishop c2, f5. Such moves are basically risky because I can again hit a knight, and if g6, I can take a pawn. Or I can go back knight e5 to sacrifice. So this is simply wrong. And okay, there are no really good moves. So bishop c2, f5, queen g3. White is having advantage here because actually both sides have a well-placed knight, but white is better developed. And e6 is also weakness. For example, queen f6, bishop e3. Then black has to worry all the time about this favorable pawn symmetry in a center, right? And if knight takes f4, queen f4, okay, black took a bishop pair, but he also lost his dominant knight, because now with this knight gone, pawn on e6 is very vulnerable. Let's say bishop d6, rook fe1, a5, hoping to maybe include the rook in play and also to stop bishop from coming to b3. But let's say h4, white has definitely better game here, for sure. Because dominant knight, very well developed pieces. Black doesn't really want to take this knight because then his pawn structure will be a problem. And anyway, this pawn on e6 is a headache. So this is clearly better position for white. Bishop c1 is more playing for attack, having those kind of attacking options. b5, queen g3, bishop e7. Black is hoping to have calculated very well consequences of bishop h6. Let's see. Knight c3, bc3, knight e4. This was black's calculation. Calculation with knight h5, or let's say take, knight h5, because then I don't have queen f3, this bishop is covering it. It doesn't really work very well after queen h3, white is just a pawn up for nothing. So knight e4, queen g4, knight f6, queen g5, queen e7. Okay, with queen g5, white is rejecting a draw. which could be achieved by queen g3, 94, obviously, move repetition. White is a pawn up, but with queen on g5, if this king moves, bishop cannot move. So queen e7, protecting f7, make it possible with this king to move. Rook d3, rook lift, classical rook lift. Bishop c2 is also a possible move, bringing another piece in attack and stopping move like 94. But rook d3, 94, queen g4 is possible, knight f6, and here queen g5, 94, queen g4, knight f6. It was another game between Kramnik and Anand. Like I said, they had many games in a Queen's Gambit Accepted, which finished as a draw. Could Kramnik play for a win with move like queen e7, maybe rook e7, bishop f4? Probably what Kramnik did not like is the fact that this pawn is a weakness. This is something which he didn't like, but okay, he's a pawn up and he can also correct this weakness by pushing. So he probably had to play for a win. Let's say rook c1, rook ec7, otherwise f3 will simply hit the knight and white is a pawn up. c4, correcting this pawn, g5, which usually cannot balance white in such a kind of position, and also is removing bishop from this diagonal, so there is not going to be some tactics. Bishop e3, but here probably white is having advantage, because after all he is a pawn up, and to try to unbalance white with f6 is a mistake due to c5. fe5, bishop e6, king g7, bishop c8, d5. White is having 3 pawns. Black has active piece play, but looks like not active enough to compensate for white's advantage. After bishop f5, c6 seems to be a strong move, because knight f2 is not winning a pawn, knight f2 is losing a piece after rook d7. Bishop d7, c d7, rook d7, king f2, and white should win descending. So this was this is one of the possibilities. After h6, as we see, white has a couple of options, and it was played in this another game between Anand and Kramnik. Move like knight d5 can also be played. Knight d5 can be played. By the way, actually I'm not sure, because this draw by Kramnik and Anand, I'm not sure which tournament was played first, because both games were played in 2001. One is in Dortmund, one is in Mainz. And the way I remember it, both tournaments were played in the summer. I have actually played in both of them. Knight e5 allows white to get this central pawn symmetry upper hand. It was played by Karpov in a game versus Peter Leko in their friendly match in Miskolc in 2006. Here Peter Leko, he took knight e5, ed5, bishop e7, knight e7, rook fe1. Advantage of white is small, but it is everlasting, because we have, like in some other examples, okay, nature of pawn structure and the color of bishops favor white. There is an e-file pressure, and black has limited counterplay. And Leko kept pressure. Queen d6, rook c1, ac1. For the time being, white is happy controlling both files. Though about, controlling both files, though about c file, black can do something about e file will be tougher. Bishop g4, knight e5, bishop f5, rook c3, rook a c8. Black is doing something about this file. Again, in this position, it is to black's favor if all the 4 rooks can disappear. Then black will probably hold this position easily. But white doesn't want to trade. Rook c3, knight g6, knight g6, a g6, rook e5, bishop e6, h4. White is having definitely a pressure. Long-term pressure, because we do have e-file. We do have a better bishop, and we do have a safer king compared to this king, because, okay, some attack can basically happen. So this is also a long-term advantage for white. What Anand played is maybe the most actually principled move. He played move knight a5. Perhaps the most principled move. Here it is also important to pay attention that you cannot so easily push b5, because you have to be aware of d5 pawn push. That's a problem. So that's why first knight a5 Anand wants to play, in order not to be on tempi, and after bishop c2 only now to push b5. So that d5 doesn't come as a tempo move. Knight c4 is of course a horrible move. This is not a tempo move, this is a horrible move, because after queen e2 there is no good move. Because b5 is simply blundering a rook, bishop f6, or a knight, bishop f6, bishop f6, queen e4, with a double attack. So those are not tempi moves. Anand played b5. And here we have now knight c4 will come as a tempi, but not quite, because Kramnik here plays move queen f4. It is quite a novel idea at the time when it was played. Idea itself does not belong to Kramnik, it belongs to Vladislav Tkachyov, who at that time was a very active player and a very strong one. Now he's playing very little, he's focused on a little bit of other things. But he was very inventive player, he still is inventive player if he wants to play. And this idea belongs to him. Queen is well placed on f4. Queen is ready to go to h4, and then you need to deal with this mate. Okay, anytime if you want to push, you need to calculate bishop takes f6. So, not easy situation for black. Anand here played move rook a7. Often played move. Ideal situation to somehow move a rook and then to move a bishop, which in this game will be difficult to achieve. In the game of Tkachyov, when it was played for the first time, move bishop b7 was played. But white got good attacking chances. Rook a d1. Rook a d1. Now it is not easy to say what is black supposed to do here. Let's say rook c8 looks like a logical move. But okay, rook c8, let's say queen h4. Now h6. g6 has a problem that now we have this pin. And now d5 is a bad news. This is also a typical way that pawn break works, because white is opening too much of the files, and also this pin is very strong. For example, if you play ed5, there is rook e1, and rook e7 is a deadly threat, followed by bishop f6. You cannot play some move like knight d5, forget about this, because okay, rook d5 simply wins. Game is over. Knight d5 also wins, by the way, because if you take, there is a checkmate threat on h7. Bishop d5 also doesn't help, because we have this very strong pin, like I said, and we have this very strong pin, and knight e4 here simply wins. and king will get mated. So we have here typical situation that d5 wins because white is having very strong attacking potential. But in order for white to capitalize on this attacking potential, white needs to open up the position, and this is what he does with a move like d5. Okay, move h6 allows another headache, and this is bishop takes h6. So this queen f4, queen h4 idea is very interesting one. Not often seen. Played by Kramnik in this game, but first played by Vladislav Tkachiev. Bishop h6, gh6, bishop f3, gf3 does not change very much. It only, would allow white to mate black even faster. gh6, queen h6. For black, problem is that white does not threaten immediate mate. But black cannot get away from this battery, and white is going to improve a position and will threaten mate. b4, the only possibility, hoping to hit the knight to take the bishop. But now we have a mating attack. Knight e5, you cannot take by pawn, because there is a mate. So rook c3 is only move, bc3, queen d5, f3. Okay, black has managed to eliminate rook d3, rook g3 mate. But the problem is that this king is still in a checkmate, and in the case of bishop c3, knight g4 simply wins. It is still going to be the same story. So rook c8 does not really help on rook a d1. Let's say rook a d1, bishop f3 rarely can equalize because, okay, bishop pair actually is important here. Well, or elimination of a bishop on b7 is important. Why? Because without black's bishop on b7, d5 is easier to execute, and we can see this, for example, rook c8, d5. And now it's not easy. For example, you cannot take by knight because of queen e4. g6, bishop e7. You have to take by queen because you're pinned, but then you run into another pin, losing a piece. e d5, then simple chess, bishop f6, rook d5. And now we had this situation seen so many times in this our examples that we have a pawn symmetry. Position has opened. Nobody has a isolated pawn any longer. But white is somehow more ready for opening in this position. And here he certainly is, because on queen b6, white has very strong rook h5, provoking h6, and then knight d5. Knight d5 with a clear advantage. By the way, fancy rook h6 also wins. gh6, don't think about Zwischenzugs because of checkmate. So gh6, queen f5, rook d8, queen h7, king f8, queen h6. There is a pin, very unfortunate one for a black. King e7, you have to go, because if you go with the queen back, with the king back, then is this typical checkmate. Check, king h8, check, king g8 and mate. So queen h6, king e7. Now we have a king chase. A king chase which doesn't end very well for black. Rook e1, king d7, knight d5, winning material. Queen d6, bishop f5, king c6, knight f6. We have here material equality, because white has piece, bishop and 2 pawns for the rook. But on a board we don't have equality. Rook h8, bishop e4. Attack is simply continuing with the same vigor, and white should win this game. Knight d5 is also strong, because queen d4 runs into rook d1. queen takes b2, rook h6. And threat is, for example, you cannot grab because threat is check and mate, or winning a queen, doesn't matter. And if knight d5, queen d6, now again rook h6 is a good move. Rook c2 loses to knight f6, and then queen g4. G takes h6, we have again mating attack. Running that forces black to give his material back. Knight f6, king g7, queen f5. Only move, you cannot dream about protecting mate because you're gonna lose everything. So takes, check, king h8, queen c2. White is a healthy pawn up and his attack continues. So we had here a situation that center opens to a favor of a better developed side, which here is a white side with isolated pawn, is opening a center to his favor. On rook d1, g6 is making sense, and this is game which was played in that game at Tkachyov-Lesiege, where Tkachyov came up with this idea. In a way, it does weaken black, but also it stops tactics on this diagonal and wants knight h5 maybe to trade the bishops. Bishop h6. Knight h5, which is a good move, because rook e8 has one problem, that after knight e5, this knight cannot move because of this pawn is hanging. Sometimes in a similar positions I have seen white executing this idea. g4, g5. Because knight cannot move because pawn is hanging. So bishop h6, knight h5. Queen g4. Here black made a mistake. Black played move f5. I guess black wanted to send the queen to h3 because he overestimated the power of a potential knight f4 jump. Best move on queen g4 was probably knight f6, queen g3, knight h5 to try to do this drawing mechanism, which also I did show in a comments on the game Spassky, on the game Petrosian Spassky, knight h5. But now queen h3, white can avoid this, let's say, draw, or should avoid the draw. Rook e8, knight e5, rook c8, rook fe1. There is a threat. I mean, you don't have a time to execute b4 because this will be bad news. But rook fe1, bishop g5, forcing a bishop trade because now also pawn is defended. Bishop g5, queen g5, and now is a good moment to trade the bishops. What to trade, what to keep. This bishop is not doing much. This bishop is a monster because knight will also come to f4. So this trade is a good trade for white. Bishop e4. If bishop e4, knight e4, and there are many threats. Jump, maybe even jump, many threats. But probably on bishop e4, knight f6 is a good move to prevent jumping. And let's say queen f3. And well, with queen f3, black is hit here. So black cannot take on e4, because if black takes on e4, now if black would make a mistake to take on e4, then he doesn't have a good move because f7 is hanging. But let's say rook c7, protecting it. And this position is probably about equal. The game was quite nice. f5, queen h3, rook c8. So Lesiege is clearly playing for some tactical possibilities. He is calculating that bishop f8 may bring white into trouble after simple queen f8, because this knight jump will be very unpleasant jump. And not so easy to escape from it, because now queen is extremely stupid. You cannot play knight e2 because also rook is now bothering you. And you need to be worried also about b4. So let's say bishop d3, knight f4, queen d6, queen g3, bishop d6. There are threats. If knight moves, g2 falls. So that part black calculated very well. What black did not calculate, and actually Tkachiev did spot, pawn break, d5. White wants to open up the position. White wants to also kill this bishop. If e d5, knight d4, we see the triumph of white play, because now this bishop is dead. Knight is strong. Pawn is already on f5, so this is a problem. Great attack. Rook is hanging. Many things. So d5 is here simply breaking black. Black played move b4, hoping that somehow tactics is going to work for him, but it's working for white. d6. Bishop d6. Okay, looks like after all these two pieces are falling, or one of them. But white has a way to continue momentum. Great way. Rook f1. He wants to push. Such moves do not save very much, because there is a bishop g5 that, for example, can come as a threat, or bishop f8 can also now still come as a threat, because, okay, I'm having, for example, if I take, it is not so simple, because if you take by a rook, then this knight can go away, let's say to e7. Rook e8 was played. Bishop a4. Simply black does not get the time to take this piece, because again, if you take a piece, I take, and you cannot take it back because d6 is hanging. Rook e7, bishop d7. Finally bc3, rook d6. cb2, bishop g5. Black is pinned all over the place. White has a winning attack, and he soon won in a Tkachiev Lesiege World Championship knockout tournament in 2000. Move which is possible for black is here also to play move g6 immediately. So bishop e7 is possible, which was played in this game by Tkachiev, and rook d1. Rook a7 was played by Anand. g6 is a possible move, and this is idea is to kill this bishop. Queen h4. One of the main idea behind this move, queen f4. Now we have this pin. Rook e8. Defending e7, bishop, in order to eliminate tactics. But question is, does it eliminate tactic? Because black wants to move his bishop and to be happy, to have a full control of this diagonal. Okay. d5, nevertheless. Typical move. Knight d5. e d5 is not good, not only because it gives this square, but because we again have typical business, rook e1, and threat is rook e7. Or threat is bishop f6, rook e8. So d5, knight d5. Knight d5. You cannot take because checkmate. So e d5, rook e1. Bishop g5 is now losing because of knight g5, h5. Basic problem what black often has when this sacrifice comes is a weakening of his king position and being a piece down. knight on a5. And here we have attackers and defenders. And how does attacker capitalize on his attacking chances? Queen g3. Knight f7 being a terrible threat. So rook a e1, knight c6. Computer engine is suggesting move rook a7, maybe. Not easy move to play for a human. Because you must be ready that you remain under pin. Or rook e7, you remain under pin. Knight c6 is more logical human move. Rook e7. How to take? To take with the knight, bishop f6 is a big headache. There is a threat, queen d6, rook e1. Pressuring here on e file. Queen c6, bishop c3. And white has here mating attack because knight is hanging. f6 does not help because king is fighting alone. Knight g5. Either delivering mate or opening diagonal. And now white is going to mate black. So rook e7, rook e7. White would love to keep his dark square bishop because black king is weak. How can he do it? Knight e5. Knight e5, bishop e7. Queen c7, and bishop b3. Unfortunately for white, he cannot deliver a checkmate. Because bishop f6, queen takes c2, queen h6 would be wishful thinking. But problem is that in reality, black would have played move knight g4. And this beautiful mate will never happen. So bishop b3, bishop e6, bishop g5. Okay, white is having for sure as minimum compensation because this king is weak. And I have this dark square bishop. Game, I think that later finished as a draw, if I remember it correctly. It was a Cuban championship, Santa Clara 2006. The white was Bruzon, Lazaro, black was Lanier Dominguez. Okay, now let us go back to this Wishes game. So Anand has played move rook a7. Rook a d1. Always a useful move before you decide to give this pawn. Here is not easy call for Anand because he played move bishop c7. I guess he did it because he didn't want to play move rook c7 because he was not sure, probably, about rook e1 followed by d5 or immediate d5. Both moves are very interesting for white. If immediate d5, black can probably take e d5, bishop f6, bishop f6, rook d5. Now white is having this position, let's say that we have eliminated the center, and white has initiative because this knight is also on a5. But it seems like that this initiative is not really dangerous because black can equalize. Rook d7, rook fd1, bishop c3. Black is simply slowly eliminating white's pieces. Problem for white is that such a tactics do not work. Bishop h7, king h7, knight g5, king back to g8, queen h4, rook e8, and there is no mate. King runs to e7, bishop is very important, controlling checks on e5 and on e1. And bishop c3, let's say rook d7 first, because otherwise you cannot take, because rook is hanging. Bishop d7, bc3, queen c8. Well, white is having some sort of initiative, but black has a better pawn structure. Black should probably position is about equal. So rook e1 is probably better move. Bishop e7. Now you may say that black has a better deal than an ant. Why? Because he placed bishop to b7, but rook is already on e7. But point is that this d5 is also kind of, again, working. Or is dangerous, because as usual, ed5 is very bad. Because simple chess, rook e7, queen e7, bishop f6. Rook is hanging. Sorry. Rook is hanging. So only move, and the check, queen g4, king h8, queen f5. This is easy. Almost always in these positions, when you have this pin and the rook on e-file, opening e-file is not clever for black. Knight e5 also leads to something which is good for white. Knight d5, bishop d5, and now rook d5 is good, but bishop h7 first is also good, because king takes, queen h4, king g8, bishop e7, queen e7, knight g5. This is simply leading to winning position for white, because you have to give a queen, and queen g5, and white wins. Rook d5 is also good, because threats remain. You cannot take it in a good way. If you take by pawn, there is a check, there is a mating threat, and there is a threat. And if you take by queen, well, pretty much the same story can happen, I think. Take, yeah, take, because I threaten jump, I threaten rook, you must take, and knight g5. Or, no, moment, if I play knight g5, king goes, queen h4, you have queen d3. So here I need to give a check and take, so it is a more precise to play bishop takes h7. King h7, queen h4, because it simply wins. King g8 takes, queen takes, and knight g5, and game over. Because queen g5 is the only way to protect mate. So d5, bishop d5 is the best move. Knight d5. Again, ed5 loses to same thing. It's always like this. Bishop, rook e7, queen e7, bishop f6, gf6, only now, because this is a threat, white needs to be a little bit careful to play move first bishop f5. And then we have attackers and defenders. Pawn structure is destroyed. King is fighting alone. And these stupid pawns are preventing any of black pieces to come to help to His Majesty. Knight very stupid on a5. So knight d5, knight d5. And now rook takes d5. ed5, bishop h6, bishop h7, king h7, bishop e7, rook e7, queen h4, king g8, rook e7. Now white doesn't have a mate. But because of f6, knight c6 will blunder a mate on h7. But f6, probably rook e1 is the best move. Rook e7, rook a7 looks active, but after queen b6, black holds a draw, because on queen d4, he plays queen d4, knight d4. It looks, white looks to be winning, because rook on a 7th rank, pawn is hanging, maybe knight f5, but this king is weak and black makes a draw. Rook c8, threatening a checkmate, g3, knight c6 changing a queens, and drawn rook ending. Rook e1 is probably best move. Rook e8, rook d1, okay, white is better. Equal material, this pawn is weak, and some weaknesses around king. This knight may basically jump somewhere. So rook c7 looks interesting, but doesn't seem to equalize. Knight c4 is another option, interesting option, bringing a knight in, but it doesn't solve necessarily problem of pawn breaks. And maybe black doesn't get the time to take a pawn which he is threatening to take, because here knight e5 is quite strong. Knight b2 here loses to queen h4 move. Knight c6 is not so great because actually black has hidden motive in knight d1. Giving a queen knight d8, knight c3 because he has a threat. And now queen f3, rook d8, queen takes c3, rook d7. Black is doing very well because of a blockade. Black has a rook, knight and a pawn for a queen, has a great blockade on d5. Pressure, no problem. But black's problem is move queen h4. So on knight b2, queen h4. Threat is a checkmate. And threat is knight c6. h6. A bishop h6, standard business. gh6. Knight does not have a square because knight e4, queen e4, and otherwise anyhow queen e4 or queen g3, depending where you go. G takes h6, queen takes h6. Rook c7 because stopping knight c6. And now a rook lift is not possible because this knight is on c3, but knight g4 is possible. Rook to e8, trying to escape, because now if knight takes, it's not the same compared to previous lines. Knight takes on f6, bishop f6, because point is after bishop h7, king moves, bishop g6, king moves, rook is protecting g6 square, so white probably has to make a draw. But d5 kills black position. Knight cannot take on g4 because of checkmate, queen h7, queen h8. And now if rook c3, then there is no longer defender of f7 square. And then we simply win by checkmate. Knight f6, bishop f6, bishop h7, king h8, bishop g6, king g8, queen h7, king f8, and checkmate. And if knight d1, black is collecting a lot of material, but d6 nicely wins. Rook d1 should also win, but d6 really kills black. Queen takes because no other moves. Again, if you take by rook, you are killed because f7 is not protected. Queen d6, knight to take on f6, bishop f6. And now, very important move, bishop to h7, because if you jump immediately, it is less brilliant because you need this bishop out, your bishop to g6 to be threatening mate on f7. So first check, king h8, bishop g6, king to g8, knight e4, queen e5, and now knight f6, queen f6, bishop h7, king to h8, queen f6, and game is over. Rook d1 will happen, and I mean this position is completely over because of a weak king. So knight c4, knight e5, knight b2 cannot be played. Rook c7, knight c4. In general, this would be a good idea for black, but not here, because some pawn break is going to happen. Rook takes allows bishop e3, and when rook goes away, he needs to deal with the breaks. Or bishop first take and then break. So bc4, bishop f6, bishop f6, d5. Creating strong passed pawn. e5, queen f3. Obviously white is having advantage because this is a strong pawn. and knight is very well placed. Rook b7, queen e4. g6, queen c4. Rook b2, black is doing the best he can to get counterplay, bishop b3. The problem is that black cannot stop d6. Bishop g5, d6. Pass pawn and diagonal initiative. This was played in a game and white was better and he easily won. This is again game Kramnik-Anand from 2002. So now we can come back to the game where Anand played move bishop b7. And now happened thematic move d5, which puts black under very heavy dilemma. Not easy position at all. Again, e5 has a problem after queen h4. Because then g6 loses to either rook e1 and simply takes. We have seen this motif before. Or because rook is not protecting e7, here white has a luxury that knight e4 is also winning. Because this knight cannot move because of bishop e7. And if move h6, we have a standard stuff, bishop h6, g6, queen h6, and some mate is very soon going to happen. So e5 is hopeless. Knight d5 is also not good because of our typical tactics. Knight d5, bishop d5. Now it is important to be precise because bishop h7 looks like winning. King h7, queen h4, king g8, bishop e7, queen e7, knight g5 looks like okay, game over. But it is not. Problem is that bishop e4 and black wins because white is pinned. So precision is as usual in chess needed. Rook d5 first, and then we have a similar motif which we have seen before. If queen d5, then bishop e7, rook e7, queen h4 simply wins a piece. If rook c8, hoping the two bishops are hit, well, bishop h7, king h7, knight g5 wins because everything will fall and will be a checkmate ultimately. And if rook d5, e5, actually let me here finish this actually variation because yes, if rook d5, if queen d5, bishop e7, rook e7, queen h4 is a piece up. If rook c8, bishop h7, yes, this is winning. If e d5, bishop h7, king h7, and then we have again this win, queen h4, king g8, king g6 runs into checkmate, but not that easy one. Knight e5, king f5. Okay, this looks completely over. Totally lost. But try to find a checkmate. Okay, computer here will be blinking like crazy, but try to find a mate. And you are a piece down. You are a rook down. Try to find a mate. White delivers mate by quite a nice way. Queen g4, king e5, bishop f4, king f6, and now elegant move rook e1, bringing a last force into attack and threatening double mate. Mate or mate. And game is over. So queen h4, king g8, and now bishop e7, queen e7, knight g5, and black has to give his queen to prevent mate, and then we'll have quite hopeless position. So Anand played arguably best move, bishop d5. Not arguably, he played the best move, bishop d5. Knight d5. Now again, knight d5, rook d5 will simply transpose to variations which we had mentioned on the knight d5 move, which we just had. So e d5, queen h4. In a difficult position, actually, here Anand found the only way. A lot of people would have here played move either g6 and simply resign, rook e1, and again will happen this business, takes and takes, or h6 and black gets mated, bishop h6, gh6, queen h6, and again same business. If rook e8, rook lift, rook d4, bishop f8, rook g4, and a checkmate. If rook c7, okay, now rook lift will not exactly work, but we can bring this knight into play. Knight d4, rook c2, rook d3 first, because if I jump with the knight, I do not immediately mate. So rook d3, knight g4, hitting a queen, rook g3. You cannot push a pawn because it opens up a king. Also, I can win a queen with knight if pawn pushes, if I don't find anything better. I mean, one move is a check, another move is simply jump, threatening mate and threatening queen. Many things are falling here. Rook g3, queen d7, and now queen h5. And game is over because only way to prevent mate is this, but now check. Now mate, because queen is on d7, there is no move bishop h4. So, but Anand here found the only way to stay in the game, h5. Now how to play it with white? The game is far from over, because if white takes, okay, this is not clear. Black takes, queen h5, g6, b2 is hanging, there is no mate, maybe black is better. I can take on d5, take everything, bishop b2 probably. If somebody is better, it is black. Kramnik continues attack. Rook fe1. Knight c6, bringing piece back in play. This stupid knight from a5, which is true, it's about the time. If queen c8, knight d4. Knight is very strong on d4, threatening many kind of jumps. Queen g4, trying to find a refuge in the endgame. Queen g4, ag4. Almost okay for black, but now this small move, bishop d2, kills him. Because b4 loses to rook e7, rook e7, bishop b4. Bishop d8 loses to bishop b4. Rook e8, rook e8, knight e8, bishop f5. Position is basically lost because white's bishops are really dominating and black is going to start losing material. Black is temporarily a pawn up, but he will lose everything basically here. It will really go wrong because now there are too many threats. Rook c7, hitting a bishop, also doesn't help because of knight d4, knight c4, knight f5. Too many attacking pieces. And if knight b2, let's say rook c1. Rook e8, queen g3. Again, attackers and defenders, this is knight cannot move because there is a pin. And okay, this knight is strong. g7 is a problem, too many problems. So in the game, Anand played move knight c6, stopping knight d4. It looks like a very good solution. Because now again with the white, how to continue? Here Kramnik played a very good move. Opening up a route to black king. He played move g4. This is simply a game with a number of ingenious moves by both players. Now it's not easy. Okay, if some move like rook c7, this simply crashes. If rook e8, bishop f6, bishop f6, queen takes to h5. Now, of course, it's not the same. Now g6 is losing because rook is not on f8. Rook is hanging, bishop g6. If fg6, queen g6, king f8. I mean, this is not working. Simply check. Take. And white is 2 pawns up, plus winning attack. If rook e1, again rook e1. Take on g6, queen g6, king f8, rook e6. White wins a piece, has 2 pawns up, and attack. So queen h5, let's say rook e6. Rook takes e6, f e6. Rook e1, well, equal material, but white is having deadly attack. Opposite color bishops, where one side is under mating attack. Normally he cannot defend it. Queen d7, bishop f5, attackers and defenders. Knight to g8, g5. You cannot touch this bishop because of rook e8, bishop b2, knight h4. Extra piece is coming to play. Bishop is still taboo because of rook e8 mate. Knight g6 is coming. Okay, this game is over. There is also mating threat, bishop h7 check and knight g6. If rook d7, trying to protect this pawn, okay, white can simply take gh5 and has a great attack. Black can stop attack with a move like knight e4, but now white will be after bishop e4, d4, rook d7, queen d7, queen e4. White is a pawn up and still has some initiative, because actually white king is probably in a better shape than black's. Move like knight g4 on g4 to take a pawn is simply bad because of queen h5, threatens checkmate, f5, and now rook d5, using this diagonal. Queen d5, bishop b3. So on g4, Anand played move queen d6. Probably best defense. Why? Because with queen d6 he's forcing a queen trade. Gh5, queen b4. Black is really defending very well because a lot of people would have already gotten mated a couple of times. A lot of, when I say a lot of people, I meant a lot of extremely strong players. This is what I meant by people. Gh5, let's say knight h7 is losing to bishop f4. White unpins, continues attack, and this will probably be a pawn up. Now it's equal material, but continues attack. Let's say queen b4 loses to queen g3. And if queen b2, bishop takes h7, king h7, knight e5. I want to do trade and to hit the queen and the checkmate. And if knight d8, knight d7 is a killer, because now I just need to get rid of my knight in order to place here bishop to win a queen. And knight d7 simply wins. I want to win a bishop or a rook. And if rook takes, bishop e5 wins the queen. Double attack. And if knight h7, bishop f4, let's say queen c5. Now, well, some simple moves like bishop h7, king h7, queen f5 should do, queen g4 should do, because strong attack, equal material. Anand played queen b4, which is forcing queen trade and is certainly best under circumstances. Kramnik correctly judges that actually he should continue attacking even with the queen's trade as plays h6. Queen h4, knight h4. Knight is always going to be dangerous. Knight e4, hg7, rook c8, bishop e7, knight e7. Now we get simplification. Bishop e4, d4, rook e4, king g7. Okay, after all these brilliant moves, we finally actually have a technical ending where white is a pawn up. And still has work to do to win this game. A lot of people would have gotten tired with all these great moves and let it slip. Certainly against a player of Anand's stature. But Kramnik continues playing with a great energy. For example, simplifying position with rook e7, knight f5 is not a good idea. Because after king e7, after king f6, knight e7, king e7, black is probably going to save the game. White correctly senses that he should still play for attack and plays move rook d6. Rook c5. Not easy for black after rook d6. Black cannot try to get active with rook c2 because it loses to rook g4. King h7. If you go down, you just run into mate in 1. So it's a bad idea. King h7, let's say rook f6. Now knight g8 loses to rook f3. Knight h6, rook g5. King is very weak, and you cannot collect pawns because of rook h5. And now you lose a knight. I threaten rook f6, I threaten knight f5. Escaping with the king is not possible. Check. And the same story. Rook f6, if knight g6, hoping to get into rook ending that I would take on g6 and then to save it. Problem is that knight f5 is bad news. Because if you grab a pawn, okay, I simply play h4 and h5. And white wins a piece. On rook a c7, same story. h5 comes, and black will lose some more material. So Anand played move rook c5, aiming to prevent move knight f5. Rook g4, king h7. He did prevent it, but now Kramnik comes from the other side, knight f3. Game played with extreme precision. Knight g6, knight g5, king g7. Now Kramnik is entering rook ending because he knows that this is going to be won. Rook f7, rook dg6, king h7. Now very important, rook 6 to g5. Mating threat forces a rook trade. Rook g5, rook g5. Rook c7. Well, game is still not over. It is still possible for white to ruin it, because bear in mind, if those pawns would not exist, let's suppose they are gone, rook and f and h versus rook is a theoretical draw. And not even that complicated one. So Kramnik has to make sure that those pawns do not disappear. And he does. He plays here move a3. Okay, if you attack me, it is relatively simple. If a5 I take, if you hit my pawn, I play move rook g3. This is not terribly complicated. But Anand plays move b4. A b4, rook c1, king g2, rook b1. Okay, now it's becoming interesting, because how to win this position? If you push b5, I'm going to take. Pawn takes, rook a2. Rook takes pawn next move, which you cannot protect because on check I play king g6. And we have a drawn position. I want to take and to trade. Last two nice moves, rook a5, rook b2, and last precise move, rook a4. This is never going to be traded now. White is going to start improving position. Black cannot move rook because he would lose a pawn. He cannot go up with a king because he will lose a pawn with a check. White simply keeps on pushing, and white wins. At some stage he would also run with a king. Also, a rook versus rook and two pawns is not drawn if those pawns have advanced unbelievably far. So here Anand, he resigned. This was a very remarkable game. Both players coming up with really ingenious decisions. And what I was impressed by Anand, that he kept on in a difficult situation. Maybe for him this was even a novel idea. It is possible that he didn't see game of Tkachiev. He kept on coming with the best chances to make to defend the best he could under the circumstances. Absolutely the best he could. And Kramnik kept precision. Even after getting to ending with the pawn up, he kept on playing very precise to clinch the point until the very end, which is impressive how the game was played. But for us, what is also something that we can certainly learn from, this is this d5 thematic pawn break, that you need to find a moment with the white to sacrifice it, when files and diagonals and the pieces are going to work to your favor. And important, this knight on a5 is really wrongly placed here, and it does play a role. In the PGN, you would also find another game, Kramnik-Anand, which Kramnik also won by pushing d5, and in the comments there would be game Kasparov-Ivanchuk, which Kasparov also won with the white by pushing d5. You will find these things in the PGN, but this is a thematic idea, and I will close this chapter now with one game of Garry Kasparov played versus Jan Timman, where something similar dynamics are also going to happen. Isolated pawn chapter, the recording part anyhow, I'm going to finish with one classical game of Garry Kasparov, where he beat Jan Timman in Amsterdam in 1994. And the game will have some similarity to our previous two games, Petrosyan-Spassky and Kramnik-Anand. Kasparov will maintain his pressure while being ready to sacrifice a pawn on d5. It will be a little bit different, but it will have some similarity. That he would decide with isolated pawn in center, and he would like to open up the position. Timman will never find a good way to somehow take this pawn, and he will be having some knight on a5, which will be stranded, similar to like in Kramnik-Anand. This knight on a5 was also out of play in many lines. But let's see how will it go, because in this game isolated pawn position will come from Petrov defense. Most of the time isolated pawn positions are coming from d4 systems, but not this time. Here will come from Petrov defense. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, knight e5, d6, knight f3, knight e4, d4, d5, bishop d3, knight c6, castles, bishop e7, rook e1. Other main lines are knight c4, knight b4, or knight c3 is a recent attempt, relatively recent attempt, is played in a lot of games, where white doesn't mind damaging his pawn structure, but removing black strong knight. Kasparov played move rook e1, which is probably actually in many books seen as a main move. Bishop g4, c4. As we see, black has this strong knight, which is on the other hand very shaky knight, and white undermines it. Knight f6, and knight has to go back. This position has been played a lot, many top games, including World Championship matches, games between Kasparov playing white and Karpov playing black. White here, Kasparov played move knight c3. C takes d5 did not promise white very much, because either knight d5, entering this isolated pawn in a center position, or bishop f3, queen f3, queen d5, also entering this kind of position, not having too much problems for black. So knight c3, demanding black to take a decision. Timan went for isolated pawn position in the center and played move d takes c4 here. After this game, actually, it was hardly played later on. This was also a choice of Karpov in one of the World Championship games matches versus Kasparov, but now, unfortunately for Timan, Gary came much better prepared and had a fresh idea. Black has also tried other moves here. For example, I had a game with Sushirov in a World Championship knockout in Las Vegas 99, where I myself played move castles. And we also got hanging pawn, isolated pawn in a center position after Shirov played cd5. I took knight d5, he played h3. Aiming very simple, I cannot take because he takes with a queen, and then I don't have time to take on d4 because knight is hanging. But I played bishop e6. a3, standard move, bishop f6. Black is here having very solid position, because to attack my king compared to previous games is not so easy. Knight e4, and like I said before, in general, side who is playing versus isolated pawn should not complain if some pieces get traded. And I here played move bishop f5, being ready to provoke some trades. Queen b3, willing to keep dynamics, knight b6, and d5. Shirov, true to his style, is keeping dynamics, because point is that I cannot conveniently take. If I take by knight, this is not a great idea, because I'm simply going to lose a piece. Knight takes, and if queen takes, queen takes. So it will be a piece blunder. If I take by queen, would be also a piece blunder. Check, and take, and grab a piece for free. So pawn on d5 cannot be taken. But black has a good position after bishop takes e4, bishop e4, knight e7. The knight is heading for a blockade. Bishop e3. You may wonder why white did not want to prevent this blockade. Well, it's not so simple, because if white pushes d6, black does not get a blockade, but gets a great play. Let's say cd6, bishop e7, rook b8. White is losing a lot of time. I mean, d5 will come, knight c4. Black has excellent play. So, on knight e7, bishop e3 came. Knight ec8. Knight is heading for a perfect blockading square. Rook sc1, knight d6. As Aaron Nimcovich pointed out in his works, the perfect blockading piece is a knight. Bishop b1, queen d7, with more or less equal game, which actually at the end I won. So black is here not worse at all. Another way, which is also has been played on a top level, is simply to accept white temporary pawn sacrifice, because you could be wondering indeed after knight c3 what happens if black plays bishop f3. Take a knight, queen takes, and knight d4 takes a pawn with a tempo for free. Point is that it's not exactly for free, because after queen d1 white has a compensation, because white has the two bishops and black king is still in the center. We have here one quite interesting game at top level played between Morozevich and Gelfand at the World Championship tournament in Mexico 2007. which I would like to show here. Knight e6. This is a typical knight retreat because you would like to castle, which you don't want to do at the moment because of one reason is bishop h7 and take, and second, even bigger reason is if you castle, take on d5, because now this knight is stupid because bishop h7 is a threat, knight cannot go away, you cannot take on d5 because e7 is hanging. So knight e6, typical move. Bishop f5, a move which will lead to complications. cd5 has been played in the top level games, knight d5, bishop b5, c6, knight d5, cd5, cb5, white queen b3. White is having initiative strong enough to get his pawn back, but not more. Castles, knight e7. Bishop f4 was tried by Arkady Nadic versus Vladimir Kramnik in Dortmund 2008 Super Tournament. Interesting attempt, though not bringing white advantage. Knight e7, queen e7, queen b5, a6. We have here a pawn symmetry where typical situation is if we had two bishops versus two knights, white would be better. But only bishop versus knight, not really, because this knight on e6 is well placed versus a dark square bishop. This position happened in a game Kasparov-Karpov in a World Championship match game from 95, played in the World Championship match 1985. Like I said, Kasparov and Karpov played this position many times. So cd5 does not promise any advantage. Knight e6, bishop f5. Here Gelfand played very interesting move d4, which is actually ambitious move. I think that he played move d4 aiming for advantage, because he's basically saying, I have an extra pawn which happened to be a pass pawn, let me use it. But this will also lead to a lot of tactical complications. Black does not need to be so ambitious. Let's say if black plays d takes c4, game is about equal. Queen a4 check, because white is now 2 pawns down, has to start getting some of his material back. Queen a4, c6, bishop e6, damaging the structure, f e6, queen c4, castles, knight d5 will come, so white better grabs a pawn back, queen e6, rook f7, bishop e3, queen d6, we have equality, and soon a draw was agreed in Anand Kramnik, if in game played in 2001. d4, ambitious move. Okay, knight e2. What does white want is clear. White wants to, let's say if you castle, white wants to damage the pawn structure and get the pawn back and be happy. Can black simply defend a pawn? Pass connected pawn? No, because this looks like a bad news. Bishop e6, f e6, knight f4. And okay. King is still in the center, knight e6 will come. This is not the way to go. Gelfand plays d3. Well, now if white grabs a pawn, he is losing time. And black is doing very well, because white would prefer in this position to have this pawn, let's say, on c3 or on c2. Not on c4, because it is limiting its own bishop and it's giving the dark squares away. But Morozevich played move knight f4. Knight d4. Aggressive play based on calculation. Was it forced? It wasn't forced. Gelfand could take, for example, knight f4, bishop f4 and castle. Okay, we have here a situation, two bishops cooperating versus bishop and the knight. Probably white is a bit better, but not much. Knight d4 is the most principal move. Bishop d3, castles. Bishop e3. It looks like that white is doing very well here. Because, okay, if you go away by knight, there are many moves. White can consider such a move. If knight is supported by pawn, it is positional mistake, because after bishop d4, this bishop is hanging, and black is forced to take by pawn. Do not make a mistake thinking in such a position that this is a strong pass pawn, because it's not. It is blockaded by the bishop, and after queen f3, white is having a massive positional advantage, because this bishop is a great blockading piece. 3 versus 2 is here a power. E-file. White is just better here. So Gelfand played move bishop c5. Bishop c5 is move which is relying on tactics. Strong calculation is here needed. For example, question number 1, what happens after b4? Well, b4 is a blunder because there is a rook on e1. If this rook would have been on f1, move b4 would be winning a piece. Now it is a blunder because of bishop b4, bishop d4, bishop takes e1. You cannot take by queen, because after queen d4 there is no longer bishop h7. You cannot take on f6 because queen f6 and knight on f4 is hanging. But after bishop c5, queen b1 looks like a very dangerous move, because white has a double threat. b4 is a threat, and to pin the knight is also a threat. But black calculated very well. Queen d6. Preventing b4, because b4, bishop b4, bishop d4. If you push, you can't push, I just take. And if I take. Knight hangs, rook hangs. So this doesn't work. Maybe also I can first take, also possible. No, I shouldn't, because if I first take, I can also first take. Both moves are possible. So b4 is a blunder. But Morozevich plays move rook d1. b4 is now threat. Now comes very good tactical defense. Queen e5. You may wonder what happens now on a move b4. b4 is a blunder due to knight f3. gf3, bishop e3. And okay, black gets a piece back and is a pawn up and has a winning position, but also better pawn structure. So queen e5. Now white says, let me get my piece back. But it is still very complicated. How does white get a piece back? Get a pawn back? White gets a pawn back playing move bishop h7. Knight h7, knight d3. He wants to take a bishop and to take a knight. Actually, sorry, white doesn't get a pawn back. White wins a pawn. Knight h7, bishop h7, knight h7, knight d3. How to continue? Queen f5. Brave move, because knight e2 was forcing a draw. King f1 is wrong due to queen h2. Now let's say knight c5, knight f4. This cannot be good for white. King h1. And now knight g3 is forcing a draw. Because in the case of hg3, simple queen h5, king g1, bishop e3 is ruining white pawn structure. I mean, this is ruin. And temporary extra pawn is not compensation for this, and black can even play move queen g5 to get it back. So check, king g1, knight e2, and perpetual check. Gelfand played move queen f5. knight c5, knight c2, very sharp play. Okay, rook cannot go out. Queen cannot move because queen needs to be pinning. But this knight also cannot be so easily attacked. I cannot hit a knight because it blunders a piece. Knight e3, fe3, queen c5. So b4, protecting a knight. Now knight e3, fe3, white is a pawn up. But for example here, white had a good solution in a move rook e8. I want to take on e3 and later pawn will be hanging. Not so easy to get advantage here with white. Black decided to defend queen the other way, playing move queen g6, which is a mistake. Because it has a tactical flaw. Can you see what is the problem with this? Problem is that now white has a very strong move, knight e6. And after fe6, queen is no longer protected. Rook c2. And white takes a knight and is a pawn up for nothing, a sound pawn up. So this was very interesting game with a tactical defense by black, though, which was not necessary. Like what I said, this move of Gelfand d4 is ambitious move. D takes c4, played by Anand, is sufficient for equality. Timan took dc4. Bishop c4, castles. Okay, now we have isolated pawn in center position, which was played before in a World Championship match, 1984, Kasparov-Karpov. For a younger generation, this is, I think, the only World Championship match which never came to its finish. It lasted forever and finally was stopped by Florencio Campomanes. As a result, 5-3 for Karpov in wins. 6 wins was needed to win the match, but on the other hand, Karpov lost last two games. So he was leading 5-0 at some stage in that match. So, okay, who was there, let's say, a beneficiary of this match never ending, of the stoppage? Well, there were many arguments, but however, this position was played in their match in 1984 match. And probably Kasparov had here a novelty, because in that match he played, in that match he played move bishop e3 in 1984. Which leads to equality because black can take on f3, bishop f3, queen f3, knight d4. Bishop d4, queen d4. We have a little bit of a tactical exchanges here, but it is equal. Rook e7, queen c4, queen b7, c6. Both sides have pawn weakness. Nobody is better here. Kasparov played move queen b3, ab3, rook ab8, rook a3, protecting a pawn, because rook a7, rook b3, rook e8, knight e8, and they agree to a draw. Obviously, Kasparov had here already a novelty cooked up, unfortunately for Timan, and this is takes space with d5. So we have here a little bit different situation than in other positions of this isolated pawn, because here taking space with the d5 is not coming as a pawn break. But later on we will see Kasparov be willing to sacrifice a pawn, ignoring black. Knight a5. This is the most testing replies, because let's say knight b4 is certainly better for a white. Let's say a3, bishop f3, to damage the structure, because you cannot take with the queen because of knight c2. But unfortunately this is not enough, because gf3, knight a6. Now white has a typical way to have advantage, bishop f4, bishop d6, bishop g3. Problem is that black will have to take at some stage. And then he will be worse, because once when black takes, when black decides to take, which he would be forced to at some stage, he improves white's pawn structure. White has advantage here. Okay, size of this advantage not easy to evaluate, but white is better here, because black also needs to do something with his knight. And white will keep on improving his position, knight b5 or even knight e4. Because then if you take, I take with f pawn. I can try to further improve my pawn structure. If knight back to b8, space counts. Let's say h3, bishop h5, g4, bishop g6, bishop f4. Space counts. Again, white should be better. How much? Not easy to say. Knight a5 is the most testing move, the most principal move, because after bishop d3, black plays c6. The point is that black wants to take a pawn. If white takes on c6, knight goes back in play. We have a pawn symmetry now, but now we don't have a pawn symmetry like in previous situations, that white has initiative. There is no initiative here for white. Black is actually here very well developed in such a position. If somebody is better, it is black. So that means that Kasparov here had something cooked up. What he has cooked up, he will be delaying decision in this pawn. Building up an initiative. Knight misplaced on a5 will play a role. White acts, and white will keep on acting energetically. h3, asking black where to go. Bishop h5. Because if bishop f3, comes queen f3. And now if knight d5, happens knight d5, e d5, and now rook e5. Now after a move like knight c6, rook d5, now we have situation with a pawn symmetry, but white having initiative. Because white is now the side which is attacking. Two beautiful bishops and safer king. If black plays move like d4, this is not a good idea, because after a move like rook d5, he will lose a piece, because knight is hanging. If queen c7, bishop f4, queen is forced to b6. If queen goes immediately to b6, comes queen e4. Double attack. Bear in mind that black cannot hope to, protect and to then dream about checkmate, because there is no checkmate. King has square on h2. Forget about it. So bishop f3, queen f3. If knight d5, this is a simple advantage. Knight d5, c d5, rook e5. And pawn symmetry, white having initiative. If c d5, bishop g5. White maintains here initiative. And if knight c6, bishop takes on f6, bishop f6, knight d5. Now we have again position pawn symmetry, but white is one with initiative, because knight is standing well. This was even played in the game Gutmann-Hergot in 1987. If you take a pawn, I simply attack a bishop, and we grab on b2, on b7. Simply here we have position no more isolated pawn, but white is the side having attack. A very strong knight on d5. By the way, white is here threatening to win a piece, to play move queen f5, hitting a mate, and on g6 there is a bishop which is hanging. So white is clearly better here. So Timan played move bishop h5. And now comes important move, definitely part of Kasparov's pawn preparation, rook e5. As you see, he's putting a little bit of oil on the fire constantly, and he is refusing to take a decision with his pawn. While he is refusing to do it, this knight is badly placed. Not easy choice for Timan. He plays here move bishop g6. Willing to remove a threat to his bishop, not willing to think about this, and to make a trade in order to make his situation easier. Which is logical, because here, for example, if bishop g6, hg6, here probably Timan was calculating variation bishop g6, hg6, d6, because knight c4 otherwise comes, bishop d6, rook a5, queen a5, queen d6, and probably judging here that rook and the pawn, but safe pawn structure. Black is maybe just slightly worse. Rook and a pawn, safe pawn structure versus bishop and the knight. Black is maybe just slightly worse. We will see what is going to happen. But let's see which options Black had. Well, another logical option was, first of all, to play c takes d5. C takes d5 has a problem after knight d5 that we have again a situation. Central pawns have cleared. We have some sort of pawn symmetry, but one side white is having clear advantage. Because here there are no good moves. Knight f6 is a threat to grab a bishop. So let's say bishop f3, hitting a queen. That's why on knight e7 there is queen e7. But queen f3. Knight e7 is a threat. Let's say knight c6 probably needs to be played, because knight d5 will again lose a piece, right? I hit the queen. Queen will have to go to b6. Once when it happens, I have a double attack. Hitting bishop, hitting mate. So queen f3, knight c6, knight e7, knight e7, bishop g5. Two strong bishops. White has large advantage here. Very large advantage. Black cannot coordinate his pieces. So cd5 is not a good idea. Move which is maybe good, or I don't know, it is certainly move candidate, but not easy to play, is move like bishop d6. Why is it not easy to play? Because you need to calculate move rook h5, which can be just winning on the spot. Let's say knight h5, bishop h7, king h7, knight g5. I can tell you one thing from experience. If you're playing Kasparov and he's playing this move rook e5 immediately, and he's just, jumping on his chairs, this is normally what he tries to do, to somehow intimidate with behavior, not only by good moves. And his Rolex is already a long time ago on the table. He's just staring at you. You don't want to play a move like bishop d6, because you may feel like an idiot, because he will probably jump a couple of more times, take on h5, bang on a clock, and then take on h7, and you might find yourself that you are just getting mated. So you don't play this kind of move. Though in this particular case, you don't get mated, but you get probably problems, because king g6, queen f5, queen d3, f5. Okay, knight e6, it is not all clear, but it looks like that it is working for white, because queen d8, if queen b8, g4 is working. This part is working, because now knight f4, and bishop f4, knight f4, knight f8, queen f8, king is safe, but now problem is that b4. This knight is suddenly problematic. You will win it. You cannot take a pawn because of queen check and mate, right? Black has on knight e6 also like rook, you cannot try to be smart, rook e8, willing to go for these tactics, because g4 is winning. On knight e6, queen f6, g4 is also very good, because on rook h8 comes bishop g5, queen f7, and now extra piece decides you cannot take because there is a mate. And if you move a bishop, queen is protecting this pawn for a moment. Now comes a deadly move. And queen f5, checkmate, or you have to win a queen. Interesting enough, this whole stuff is not working for white. This is interesting enough that this thematic bishop h7, king h7, knight g5, king g6, queen d3, f5, knight e6 is not working because of move queen to d7, which is very strong, only move but sufficient, because after g4, knight f6 is now possible, queen f5 check, king g7, g5. Now we see why is queen so strong on d7, because after cd5 threat is queen e6, and suddenly black wins. So in the case of bishop d6, rook h5, knight g5, bishop h7, and then jumping on a chair probably would not have happened. But rook h5, knight h5, bishop g5, with less jumping on a chair, but the same efficiency probably would have happened. And black is here in real problems, because f6, bishop d2, problem is knight is horrible, and knight is horrible, and knight d4, knight d6 is a terrible threat. If knight to f6, you are under a terrible pin, which you cannot really solve very well, because bishop e7 is losing to d6, losing material, because you are pinned. Bishop h7 will happen. If knight e4, cd5, a knight f6 is damaging pawn structure, gh6, bishop h6, knight c6, this knight has to go back, queen a4, well, white is technically exchanged down that he can get back any moment, because rook cannot move because queen g4 checkmate. Then white will be only pawn down, and white is keeping attack, king is weak. So white will be having strong attack, and move bishop d6 is very difficult move to play if you're playing a game. And certainly if well prepared Kasparov is sitting on the other side. A move like h6 is also not really easy move, because you are eliminating bishop h7, this idea, but okay, you are now, after g4 you don't have a good retreat, because you lose material. After bishop g6, bishop g6, fg6. Now d6 is coming as a better for white compared to what I was showing could have happened in a game, because after bishop d6, rook a5, queen a5, queen to d6, well, black king is now weak. I mean, this is a weakness. So this position is better deal for white than this position, obviously. Because here, well, this king is having problems. This pawn on g6 will not be easy one to defend at some stage. So, not easy choice for Timan. He played move bishop g6, indeed hoping for this kind of transaction. Bishop g6, a6, d6, bishop d6, rook a5, queen a5, queen d6, and hoping to hold a position here. But Kasparov continued to put the pressure on him by playing move bishop g5. Not easy decision, because if you take on d3, you are not really helping yourself, because knight is remaining a problem. Taking on d5 is not working. It will lose material, or anyhow there will be problems. Also, I have another idea here, which is, for example, to take and take. So there are many ideas here. A move cd5 is wrong, because bishop takes g6, hg6, knight d5. Now there is no good response, because if bishop d6, first of all, knight d5 is losing a piece. This is good to mention. Bishop d6 is also losing material. Knight f6, gf6, rook d5. And this is not good for black. Move knight d5 is losing material after bishop e7, knight e7, bishop g6, because knight on a5 is falling. Knight g6, queen d8, rook d8, rook a5. This knight on a5 is a headache in many variations. That's why this move rook e5 was so strong. And other options after bishop g5, there are not so many options actually, because like I say, cd5 is simply wrong because of bishop g6, ag6, knight d5. And bishop d6, I have this take on f6 take and rook d5. Knight d5, rook d5, same problem, even worse, losing a piece. Bishop d3, queen d3, not helping, because on cd5, next to what I proposed, bishop f6 and rook e7, I can also simply take knight d5, willing to take a piece, and if knight takes, rook d5, winning something. So Timan, in this position, played arguably the only move. He played move bishop d6, hitting on the rook, which makes sense. Rook e2. This rook now is gone from its promising position, but white keeps initiative. White had another very promising possibility in bishop takes g6, because bishop e5 is losing to bishop f7, rook f7, knight e5. Now it is quite difficult, because white has already a piece and a pawn for exchange, and this knight remains a problem. If hg6, rook e4, with ideas like b4. But I guess that here probably Kasparov was on his own. Probably his opening preparation was finished. So he had to look for a moves on his own. And this bishop g6 solution is computer-like solution. Rook e2 is a human solution, because he is maintaining all the kind of pressure. Bishop b4, bishop f6. We see here also why rook e2, because on bishop b4 he didn't want to be on a pin. So bishop f6. Gf6 responsible solution, because answer decision, because now this is weak structure. But queen f6 is not really making black happy either, because bishop g6, queen g6, hg6 is not good after knight e4, queen d8, d6, because threat is to win a piece. Now this bishop is a horrible piece. So queen g6 need to be played. Knight e5 is probably strongest move, because let's say queen d4 looks promising, but black has some chances to stay alive after c5, queen f4, bishop c3, bc3, queen d3. White is better, but black has chances to maybe survive. Queen a4 also, bishop takes, c3, bc3, b6. Here black has real chances to survive. Here white is definitely better, but maybe black would survive. Black can survive here probably, or has chances. Knight e5, keeping the momentum is strongest. Queen d6, because queen a5 is now running into pawn down position. Queen a5, bishop takes on c3, bc3, c6, dc6. So queen d6 is probably best move. D takes c6, queen d1, rook d1. Well, here black would love to include bishop c3, bc3, knight c6. But he cannot, because on bishop c3 white takes on b2, on b7, knight b7, and okay, white is a sound pawn up. And if knight c6, knight c6, bc6, okay, white is having much better pawn structure and clear advantage, because white will not allow bishop c3, bc3. We have white having advantage due to pawn structure. Was it a better deal for black than the game? Yes, it was better deal for black than the game, because here survival chances are bigger. Black took gf6, rook c1. White brings the last piece in play. I think that black probably underestimated problems related to this horrible knight on a5. Rook c8, also willing to finish development. Bishop c3 was the other move, but rook c3 doesn't solve the black problems, because black would somehow like to take cd5 and to bring this knight back in play. But it doesn't work that well. First of all, if he plays queen d5, knight is in trouble, because after rook d2, queen e6, b4, bishop d3, only way to save a piece, rook d3, knight c4, knight d4. We see the problem of this king, open king, because now black is losing a piece. Queen d5, knight b3. Queen cannot go back, obviously. And if queen is going to b5, simply queen g4 and hitting a king, hitting a piece. So cd5. Knight can now go back, but actually white here has an interesting way to continue attack, which is not easy. I don't think it's so simple, because best way for white here is to temporarily improve black's pawn structure by taking bishop g6. Ag6. You may wonder, why did white improve the pawn structure? Well, because actually here if white would focus on collecting a pawn back after knight c6, rook d5, queen b6, the game will likely result in a draw, because rook will come to d8 and black is going to organize, and white initiative will prove temporary. But here white has a strong attack after knight h4. Attackers and defenders. This king has now no defenders. If this pawn would have been on g7, maybe. If rook c8, it doesn't work, because rook c8, queen c8, knight g6, fg6, queen d5. And grab a knight, white is a pawn up, and is having a safer king, still having initiative. So knight h4, if trying to be brave with a d4, it doesn't help, because rook g3, king has no defenders, attackers and defenders. Queen d3, knight g6 is coming. For example, queen d5, queen d3. Queen h5, rook e4, more attackers. Rook f8, rook g4. more attackers, and the game is over. Also, I see here that white has different kind of ideas. This also looks like a decent idea. To take on g6, you take on g6, let's say rook h4. And if you take on h4, there is check and there is mate, so this will be only move. King goes, and then king will need to run, maybe. So it is safer to play move rook g4, because this is simply going to be checkmate. So move bishop c3 is not saving, because rook c3, cd5, we have this bishop g6, ag6, knight h4, so d4 is not helping. It is only sending my rook further to attack. Rook e8 is maybe best move, hoping to trade the rook, but then again happens this rook e8, queen e8, knight g6, fg6, queen d5. King h8, queen a5. Now at least black gets a pawn back. Queen e1, king h2, queen f2. But queen b4, black has to defend again, very difficult position. Because white has safer king, and black has a number of problems in this kind of position. Probably still this was the best for black. Problem for black was that in this situation he has to start choosing between difficult options. He has to start choosing between different worse positions. And normally when you are playing a world champion or very strong player, and that you know if you are going to have a worse position, there is very good chance that you will lose because he is technically strong, then you try to evaluate the best options under not good circumstances. And this is very hard. And Timan had a problem in this game exactly the same way, because queen f6 was leading to difficult ending, g takes f6, rook c1, now bishop c3, maybe the best move, was also leading to rook c3, cd5. He needed to calculate here that after bishop g6, ag6, knight h4, he is not get mated after rook e8. But still, he will have a difficult position, rook e8, queen e8, knight g6, fg6, queen d5, king h8. He will need to find all those moves. Queen a5, and still after this best defense, queen e1, king h2, queen f2, he is still worse after queen b4. So we have here a situation that this pawn on d5 is simply standing, and black wants to clean up the position, but it's difficult. Now after rook c8, he will not get a chance to clean it up in a good way anymore. Knight e4, now black is lost, because he has terrible bishop and terrible knight. He doesn't get to solve his position. cd5 now simply loses. To rook c8, queen c8, knight f6, king h8, bishop g6, fg6, knight d5. Now white is simply a pawn up and winning attack. Let's say bishop d6, queen d4. Timan played f5, but knight g3, now king is problem. This pawn will fall at some stage. Bishop and the knight are out of play. So rook c8 is definitely losing move, because black cannot afford the luxury to play some sort of half move, sort of developing move, but a half move, because it is giving white initiative. Now game is lost. Knight g3, queen to d5, a3. Kasparov moves, underlines again very bad position of this bishop and the knight. A move which was also working very well was move. Actually, a3 is the best move, because Queen a4 looks tempting, but not clearly working very well after, let's say, queen d3, queen b4, queen d5, queen b5. b6 is probably less good because of h4, you want to win a piece. h5, queen f4, because king is weak. But queen b5 he can try to do. Queen f4, very strong attack. Queen is, these pieces are stranded. And this is pawn, basically, defending king, but a pawn. If so, this is white will probably win an attack here, because also rook is coming. Queen a4, bishop d6 leads to problems for black after rook d2. Because bishop g3, fg3, still this knight is a problem. Rook is defended, which is very important that this knight is defending rook, so this bishop can move. If b6, that's why b4. Knight b7, bishop a6, like I said, bishop can move. And if move like rook c d8, bishop can move. Queen to e4, queen a5. You cannot, I mean queen e3, king takes, queen is protecting a rook, so it's a piece up. On queen a4, black can keep on kicking with move like c5. And then, okay, white can get, let's say, better ending with bishop b5, a6, bishop d7. Now not b5. It forces queen trade, but it will lose a piece after queen d1, rook d1, because rook is hanging. When this rook goes away, a3, bishop does not have squares. But after bishop b5, a6, bishop d7, rook c d8 is keeping black in a game, let's say rook d1, queen c4. Knight e5, position looks lost, because, well, queen has no squares, but guess what? This queen also doesn't have a square, so black has computer-like solution b5. Knight c4, ba4, and black is still in the game, very much in the game. So c5, rook d1, let's say rook c d8, a3, again b5. This b5 is often saving the situation. Let's say queen b5, queen b3. Again, there is a tactical defense. If bishop c2, rook d1, king h2, queen b2. Okay, this is I don't know how realistic is that humans will find on those moves. Let's say bishop d1, queen a3, bishop c2. Black is 2 pawns up, but knight is still out of play. King is problem. White will get a pawn back. White has at least a compensation. But a3 is a better move played by Kasparov. Bishop d6, knight f5, which is simple and strong. White gets his pawn back, removes pawn defenses in front of black king, and continues with attack. b4 looks promising, almost like winning a piece, but it's not so clear, because let's say knight b3 indeed loses to bishop c4. If queen d1, rook d1. Bishop takes g3, fg3. And the knight is lost. But knight c1 also loses to queen c1. And now there is a problem, because queen is trapped in the middle of the board, doesn't have a squares. And bishop g3, bishop d5, c d5, queen h6. bishop d6. Black cannot sort of argue that he has a rook, bishop and a pawn for a queen, because after h4 he's gonna lose some more material. But bishop g3 is a smart defense, because after fg3, knight b3, bishop c4 now works less great because of knight c1. I give queen now. Bishop takes, d5, knight e2. Because now I cannot take. If I now take on c1, queen is not trapped in the middle of the board. Queen can go wherever you want. And if bishop d2, knight e2, queen e2, c d5, white is probably better because of black weak king, regardless the fact that black is having those pawns, but it is not clear. And if rook e5, again knight c1, rook d5, c d5, bishop f1, rook fd8. White should be better here. Let's say queen d4, something like this, because of safer king. Certainly from the introduction of a modern engines, queen gets more respect in the position where potentially king can be weak of the opponent, queen versus two rooks. But there is a lot of fight ahead here. So Kasparov plays the best move, knight f5. Rook c d8, this makes life relatively easy for white, because now black is simply going to lose either a queen or a piece. But life was difficult because, let's say, a bishop f5 was probably best, but difficult position, bishop f5. Now queen f5, queen d6 is lost position because you have open king and a hopeless knight. Completely hopeless knight. Queen d1, trading queens was the best. Rook d1, rook c d8. But again, let's say rook d4. White should win this position because knight is still out of play. Attack on a king continues. This bishop is strong. I think that bishop f5 was the best defense, but okay, such a position after bishop f5, like I said, queen d1, rook c d8, rook d4, would be just delay of execution. Kasparov would obviously easily win such a kind of position. It is good to mention that knight b3 is losing again to gain motive, rook e5. Bishop e5 only move because queen has no other squares. Knight e7, king g7, knight d5. Knight c1 only move. Bishop g6. C d5. Black has different ways here, but not the good ones. Simply not the good ones, because if he, let's say, I don't know, takes a bishop, now the problem is where is he going? Because those two pieces are hanging, and you cannot just take on b2 because I hit a bishop. And when you go, comes a check, black loses a piece, and this knight is still a problem. And the king is weak. And if bishop g6, c d5, then let's say bishop f5, king is a problem, rook is a problem, knight is a problem, knight b3 loses to bishop c2, hitting a knight, hitting a bishop, queen comes. If knight a2, bishop c8, rook c8, probably different moves win here. Queen d2 looks very convincing. Actually, maybe not, no, not different moves. Precision is needed because king is in a sort of a mate and rook wants to come. But queen d2 is very convincing. Rook c1, knight e1. And look at these terrible pieces. Next move doesn't matter, g3 or different moves. So rook cd8 was played, but now we have this not difficult tactical motive, because either knight will be lost or bishop like queen b3, knight is lost without any compensation. Queen d1, rook d1, bishop c7, hoping for a miracle, because there is a pin, but not receiving a miracle, because knight e7 check, king g7, knight g6, rook is hanging, and when you capture a knight, I move my rook wherever, and full piece and the pawn. If queen d3, bishop e5, queen c2, black cannot hope to hold rook and the piece versus a queen, because this knight is still hopeless, and king is also weak. Black will lose a knight because bishop is also hanging, so there are no good moves here. Timan decided to give a queen, bishop e5, knight e7, king g7, knight d5. If rook d5, it loses to knight e5, rook e5, bishop g6, a g6, b4. This poor knight falls. If this knight would have been on f6, still white should win, but he will need to work harder. But here, okay, he simply wins a piece. Knight d5, bishop b2, knight f4. Black's problem is that he has no coordination. Text is sufficient. Queen e2 was also strong, but required more calculation. Kasparov move is much more human move. You are simply understand that you are winning, and you are saying no need to calculate anymore. Queen c2 was also winning, because after bishop c1, queen e5, black is under mating attack. If king h6, knight f6, mate in 1 is always respectable threat, and on bishop d3 comes mate in 2, knight g4, king g6, knight h4. Queen e2, bishop c1 is forced, because I want to take bishop with a check. Queen e5, so f6 is forced, and now comes queen e7, king h6, bishop g6, a g6, knight f6, and again mate is going to come. Look at those pieces, completely hopeless. Kasparov's move is good enough, it is a human move. Knight f4. Well, bishop c1, queen c1, and queen c3 is a threat. Bishop d3, well, queen c3 is winning, but why not to deliver a checkmate? Knight h5, king h8, queen h6. Bishop d3 happened. Bishop d3 happened in a game. Knight d3. Well, rook d3 loses to queen d3, bishop c1, queen c3, and black loses a piece. Bishop c1 was played, queen c1, rook d3, queen g5, and black resigned because, okay, he loses his knight. But it's not only that he loses his knight, he is still stuck with a very weak king. White's attack is simply going to continue. So this is a game which could black defend better? Probably. Could he equalize? Not really. Kasparov played the game with a great energy. He had a great preparation, obviously, by understanding after d5, knight a5, bishop d3, c3, bishop d3, c6, that somehow black cannot force a white in a good way to remove central tension and to equalize. And white kept on pouring oil on the position and skillfully keeping initiative. Move rook e5 certainly being a star move. Knight on a5, misplaced knight on a5 playing a role. And I like this dynamic play of Kasparov, what we used to call power play. Kasparov at the peak of his career. And with this game I in a recording part, I finish isolated pawn chapter, and somehow, of course, you will find in a PGN part much more games anyhow, or much more games, but I think that with my selection in recording part and explanation, I have tried to emphasize the important parts when you fight against isolated pawn, how to try to fix it, and sometimes to create another weakness, like in game Kramnik Ilyaskas or Kasparov Ilyaskas. And when you are playing with isolated pawn, that you have these dynamic possibilities, very often sacrificing a pawn or opening diagonals and the files, trying to use the attacking power of your pieces when you play with isolated pawn, because usually speaking, you have dynamic power, but you have to be smart enough to find it. And I hope that my game selection in this recording part will give you ideas playing with isolated pawn and a dangerous playing against it, and enabling a viewer to handle these positions in a better way.